Hello everyone, welcome to Quilted Cactus. Today we are going to work on a new pattern. The pattern is called the Evana tote, E-V-A-N-A. I'm not quite sure if I'm saying it correctly. This is a pattern by Hallel Patterns. It is a great little bag that she has came out with. It is it's a nice medium-sized bag. The finished size of the bag is 13 inches wide, 10 inches tall, and 4 inches deep. So it's a nice sized bag. The bag is made with just handles for a shoulder bag. You could add crossbody connectors to this, but for the purpose of the tutorial, we do not do that because that is not in the pattern. All right, so the bags that I made, this was my tester bag here. Really cute bag. It's got a nice oval shaped base. It's what gives it the nice depth in the bag, but it also narrows up at the top because you have a nice narrow zipper panel, which I really like that, a nice thin. The great feature of this bag are the buckles. It's a nice accent to the bag. The bag is meant to have larger buckles, 1.25 inches width inside of the buckle. So you will make sure you need 1.25 inches buckles from here to inside of the buckle, I should say, because your strap is 1.25 inches wide. Okay. You can use smaller, you would just have to adjust it, but for the purpose of this bag, I think the larger buckles really help it stand out. There's the front and then there's the back, where it looks like the buckles kind of come out of the back. We just sew them on directly like that. It's a nice roomy bag. Oops. I didn't do this. There you go. There's a nice roomy on the inside. You've got a slip pocket, and then you got a zipper pocket. Now the slip pocket, it's a nice large pocket, so you can divide it in half, or the way I do it, I like to put a little bit, there it is, a little, a more narrow pocket. That's to able to put a couple pens in, and then you've got a larger pocket, which a phone would fit nicely the way I divided my pockets. So there's my tester bag here. Now this is the bag we are going to do in the tutorial. This is an absolutely gorgeous vinyl. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. This purple is, it's called Haunted Roses by Tulip Bee. At the filming of this video, she's currently out of stock, so I'm not sure when she's going to get in. She's been getting a lot of stock in lately, because she had an anniversary and she did a great sale for her anniversary, and she sold a lot. So anyways, and there's my base there. It's got a nice rounded, it's rounded shape, but it has a nice curve too at the bottom, and then also curves at the top, just a slight curve. There's the base there, just to kind of show you. Again, this is the one that we do the tutorial on. And then here I did different buckles with the little round edges to it. And I did silver buckles, and then I put 2 rivets instead of 1. And then with this particular one, I did a real beautiful lilac interior of the bag. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And there's your slip, and then your zipper pocket right there. So again, this is I'm not going to say it right, so I hope so. Hope she forgives me. The Evana bag. Let me get my zipper tap. I apologize for that. I didn't have that tapped off. That's fine. So there you go. Love this little bag. It is a cute medium-sized bag. I would say this is advanced beginner to an intermediate bag for a couple of reasons. The buckles for one, actually maybe 3 reasons. The buckles, the base, and the handles. They're not difficult. She makes it a nice unique way. She uses webbing instead of piping. This one I used piping, and this I used webbing. Webbing's much easier. But But that's the main reasons why I would say this is an adventurous beginner to intermediate. If you're a beginner and you've been sewing bags for a little bit and you want to learn some new skills and how to fix a different base to a bag, this would be a great bag for it because there's not a lot to it. The buckles, I do go into detail on how to do the buckles. I spend extra time on the buckles because that was the most confusing part during testing was the buckles. So I do go into detail on how to install the buckles. But anyways, so welcome again. And I hope you enjoy the tutorial. I hope it's not too long for you. And of course, if it's a part that you don't need to see, obviously fast forward through it, go past it. If you're wanting to watch it just for the buckles, that's fantastic. There's just a couple things that I ask. If you give me a thumbs up, that will help my tutorial get out to others. And if you subscribe to my channel, if you're not a subscriber and you subscribe, that will also help me out a great deal as well. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Hi, okay. Now let's go ahead and get started on the bag. This is the Evana by Hallel patterns. And I want to go over the pattern pieces first before we get started. So let's go ahead and I'm going to get these out here and we'll go ahead and review the pieces. It is actually a quick cut. It didn't really take me that long to cut this bag out. And it looks like I'm pulling out a bunch of stuff, but it was really not overly complicated. Okay. Oops. Let me get my hardware out of here as well. Okay. Small pieces off to the side. Okay. So the first thing that I do want to point out, you've got your two upper, let me get the exact piece. It is the exterior main piece top. So you'll need two of those. Now I do want to mention this vinyl that I'm using. This is called Haunted Roses. It's a tulip bee print she sells. At the time of this video, she is currently out of stock. So if you are interested in this, please go back and check. She is getting stock in right now, most every day. So if you see this video and it's showing out of stock, she is still trying to restock her items. But anyway, so again, two exterior two exterior main piece top. You need two exterior main piece bottoms. Okay. And this does have a curve to it. And this is obsidian. It's also tulip bee vinyl. It has got a little bit of a shine or a sheen to it. This is a very smooth vinyl. It has, the slightest texture to it, but it's very nice, smooth vinyl. Okay, and then you are going to need your handle strap. And then I personally just added an inch to my handle strap. But the strap that she gives in the pattern is simply long enough because you can see in my intro, the bag that I made, my tester bag, it's the strap that's the size of the pattern size that she gives. And then you'll need two pieces of 1-inch webbing. You will need two lining contrast band. Okay, two of those. You'll need a slip pocket trim piece and a zipper overlay. You will need two pieces of stabilizer. Now I use Decaville Light. Keep in mind you will not add your Decaville or your stabilizer to the main body pieces until after you sew the upper and the lower pieces together. Then you add your stabilizer. You'll need your base. Now you will cut one base exterior out of your piece C. And then, and she does also give you placement of purse feet. So that will be nice where you can just, instead of you measuring out, you can just lay your pattern piece on and mark your purse feet. So you'll need one exterior and then one lining. So when you cut your exterior, do not cut two pieces just out of habit, because your lining is slightly smaller than your exterior base. You'll need your stabilizer for your base. I am just using this EVA foam that I got off of Amazon. This is 3 millimeters thick. It's a nice thick base. And I think with this nice rounded bag bottom, I thought this would be a very nice sturdy base for the bottom of the bag. You will need 2 lining pieces. This is Tulip Beast Smoothie Smooth. And this is in lilac. Very pretty. And then this is your zipper pocket, interior zipper pocket, and your interior slip pocket pieces. So you'll need one slip pocket piece. It is a longer piece, so you will fold it. And then you got 2 zipper pocket pieces. This also is Tulip Bee, and this is her canvas, her water-resistant canvas in stripes. And this is obviously in purple. If you want to put, you've got a name tag to put on, I would suggest your name tag if you have one. These are Heartwood and Hide printed name tags. Great business. You do have a wait list, but once you get off the wait list, your shipments do come quickly. As far as additional, oh, I forgot. I apologize. You will also need, this is your buckle straps. You'll need 2 pieces of that. And this, it's actually the official name is the decorative buckle strap piece. So there, you'll have 2 of those. You will need your zipper, recessed zipper panel. So you'll need 2 exterior and then 2 linings. You'll need 2 zippers, one for the exterior because this is a zipper closure, and then you will need one for your interior zipper pocket. You will need 2 concealed connectors for your buckles. You'll need 2 of the smaller pieces and then 2 larger pieces. These, again, will work with your buckles, which I will show you in just one moment. You'll need 2 zipper pulls. So I have one for my exterior and one for my interior. Let me put these over here so I don't lose them. You will need rivets for your bag as well for a couple placements. Purse feet, if you choose to use purse feet. Personally, this is a bag I feel needs purse feet. I think it adds to the bag very well. And then a zipper end tab. If you do not use the sew on end tab, she does give you a measurement for that if you choose to do that. But I am going to use a nice metal zipper end tab for this bag. I just have 2 here. We only need 1, obviously. But anyways, I'm just showing you 2 because I didn't want to separate the bag. But anyway, so you'll need one of those if you choose the middle. Otherwise, again, she gives you measurement to do the vinyl zipper tab at the end. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we're going to do is I am going to get my pattern back up. Sorry, my tablet went to sleep. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and mark our pieces. So I'm going to grab my exterior main piece top. You want to mark the top of the bag. This is a drop-in lining, so you want to make a mark that she gives you at the measurement for your fold over, when you do the fold over to make it a drop-in. If you're not a fan of drop-in linings, you could potentially do a birth bag because it does have a zipper to it. The only thing that I would caution if you do choose to do a birth bag is because of the oval shape of the bottom, it may make it harder to pull it through the zipper or pull it through. So you would have to keep your nice big opening at the bottom of your lining to be able to pull it through. But it can be done. So, you know, you always have your option, but I'm doing this pattern the way she writes it. Plus, I am kind of liking the drop-in linings. Those are quickly becoming a favorite way of doing bags personally. Okay, so I'm going to set that aside. I'm going to grab my upper top. I'm going to take one of those, set the other aside. Then I'm going to grab one of my exterior main piece bottom. Just grabbing one of those. Now, please pay attention to the curve. So this is the top of the bag. So this will have the, I guess I'm going to call it a swoop at the top, and then the bottom, the curve goes down at the bottom here. Okay. So you want to pay attention to your bottom piece. Like that. See, there's let's say happy face. There is the top. Just like this, the happy, okay? So what you want to do is you want to mark your centers first. It's very important, especially when you're sewing with a curve. I find that makes it much easier to match up my pieces to make my curve work well for me. I'm going to go ahead and mark the top and the bottom on the top and the bottom center of my exterior main piece top, because I will need it at the top when I put the bag together. So there's no sense in not doing it now. And I just do tiny little snips. Some who may not like the snips, you can always do like a little mark. Obviously keep it out of the seam allowances, but I just make the tiniest little snips for that. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and put this together. I'm going to lower my camera so you can see my work surface as well. What I'm working on. So I'm going to go ahead and lower the camera. Be just 1 second here. Whoops, we went a little sideways. And then I'm going to tilt the camera down. There we go. That should work. Let's see if we can see. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay. All right. So this is what's important. Let's see if you can, I'm going to do it this way so you can, because you can see, I think you can see the angle better at this, or the curve better at this angle. So this is the bottom. And again, this is where we got the curve at the bottom of the bag where it curves up. I'm going to take my bottom piece and also where it's got the curve up, if you can see like that. I'm going to take this piece and I'm going to put it right sides together, but I'm first going to match the centers, because you will see, let me flip it over. I'm going to flip this over so you can see. You will see once I match these centers, there's going to be a hangover on each end due to the curve. You can see the curve much better this way. So I'm going to keep it this way so you can see. So I'm going to match my centers. I'm going to grab get my clips. You do want to make sure you use something that will hold this together versus using something like this. This won't hold it. I don't feel that these will hold it tight enough. I'm using these little Jackson Low tiny little gripper clippers, metal ones. Just be careful if you use these on some of your vinyl, because these they can put holes in your vinyl. So watch very carefully if you use these. Okay, so I've got my center. I'm going to go ahead and put another clip here to the side of it just to hold it in place, because once I start manipulating this, it may shift a little bit. It may still shift, but you've got a good grip here. So then I'm going to take the end piece side at the end of the bag, panel, I should say. I'm going to match these together like that. Get my clips here, get some out. And then I'm going to go ahead and put a clip there. And I always like to put a couple. That just kind of secures it. And then I'm going to go to the other side and then clip these two together like that. I just have to work it here. Give me a second here. I'm just going to kind of take it, pull a little closer to me so I can put this together. You just kind of got to work it together. There we go. Just to make sure it's in the right position. I'm going to put a clip there. And then a clip here. So I've got, right now I've got 2 in the center and 2 on each end. And then you can see how it's kind of got that little, it doesn't lay flat, obviously, for the curve. So what you're going to do is you're just going to kind of work it together. If you see it, I'm just kind of pushing it together, but I'm pulling a little bit of a curve. I'm kind of holding it at a curve, like kind of holding it up like this, where I'm putting my thumb in the center where it curves a little bit with me. So that'll help it to lay better, like that. Just kind of keeping it together, letting it curve with the angle of the bag. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and clip it on this side as well. Now, you obviously can clip it as much as you want or as little, whatever makes you feel comfortable. I'm going to put a few extra clips because once you start sewing, I worry once you start taking the clips off, I should say, I worry that it's going to start pulling away because of the curve. So I'm going to throw in a couple extra where I see where it wants to gape. And that just tells me it's going to probably want to pull when I get to it in the, when I sew it together. Okay, there we go. So we're nice and clipped up, ready to sew. So then you're going to sew here at the seam allowance that she gives you. And she does do a very good job in her patterns by mentioning the seam allowance as you sew. I mean, she, of course, at the beginning, like all patterns, it tells you what the seam allowance is, but she does repeat it in the pattern because there may be parts where the seam allowance may be a little different based on the needs of the piece. All right, I'm going to get my stitch length a little slower. The thread that I am using, you can barely see it. I wish I had text 70, but I have, this is text 45. I don't know if you can see it through here. You probably can't. It's called Purple Rain, and it is by Saya Swag Bags. Again, this is text 45. She does have it in text 70. I just have had this set before I purchased my industrial. And I am trying to, of course, use this up before I get a different color or a different text. But anyways, okay. I'm just going to keep this hold onto this. Now you may want to help to hold this piece. Put a clip up here at the top. That'll help maybe keep that corner in place as you get it set in your machine to get ready to sew, because that may want to separate or shift as you take clips off. So I'm going to go ahead and get marked. Always back stitch at the beginning and the end. And just go slow, especially since you've got a curve on your bag. Now I will go ahead and go through this without fast forward motion, just because we're working with a curve and I kind of want you to see. And be careful too, because this is going to want to stick up because you're sewing on the curve. So just kind of go slow. Don't smash it, because then it'll want to pucker where you're trying to sew. Now any let's say adventurous beginner can do this bag. I think it'll help you take your skills to the next level because of the curve. It's not a difficult curve, and the rounded the bottom, the oval bottom, I guess you could say. That's, you don't see that a lot in bags, and I think that's a real nice piece of this bag. All right, so got that done. Let me get this pulled out of here without hitting the camera. Get my threads cleaned. All right, so there you go. There's the piece. So now you've got that all stitched together, and then you're going to take and you're going to lower your bottom here, and then you're going to want your seam allowance to go to the bottom of the bag. So go ahead and flatten it out with the seam allowance to the bottom of the bag like that. I'll show you here. There's the seam allowance point to the bottom. Just press it out nicely with your hands. Don't force it. and then you're going to top stitch on the bottom of the bag. So you're going to top stitch, of course, at the top stitch, seam allowance, and then I always top stitch almost a 5. I mean, quite honestly, it's very close to the 5. I like that little larger of a stitch length, and I like my stitches to show up a little more. So I'm going to grab my threads. There we go. And then we're going to top stitch this. And just kind of keep it flat. Back stitch. Again, take it slow. Now on this part here, since I'm using black as my bottom, I could use a black thread on this bag, and it wouldn't show up that much, but I really wanted that contrast, the purple and the black contrast. I think it's a very nice contrast. So, but you could always use a dark thread so you don't see your stitches, and that way, in case you your stitching is a little on the wavier side, which it's happened to me many times, you might want to use a darker thread to show up, so it won't show up as much. But there's my top stitching on the bottom of the bag. I really like that purple contrast on the black. So I'm going to, and then once you get this done, you're going to attach your stabilizer. Let me grab it on and show you how to I'll show you what I'm doing, because of course I will do that off camera. So you're going to take your stabilizer, and you're going to place it below, your fold down line. So it's going to get centered on your piece. And obviously you want to stay out of your seam allowance, so it should be just out of your seam allowances. Place it below, right there where your line is, and then you're going to place your interfacing. That way it covers your whole piece versus having a piece here and a piece there. That's got a nice full piece covering your panels. So I'm going to attach the interfacing, and then I'm going to sew my second panel, and then once we get that sewn together, I will be back. I did forget one thing, is my name. So I will go ahead and put my tag onto this lower piece here. Of course, you can put it anywhere you want. I'm choosing to put it on the bottom band. I'm just going to center it on the bottom band, just like I did my original tester bag that was shown in the intro to the video. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that, and then I will be back once the front and back panel is completed. Thanks. Okay, we're back. I have both of my panels done. I did put my name tag on the bottom center like I stated. Let me bring the camera up just a little bit so you can see the panels in all their glory. Okay, so there is one of my panels there. Also, take note, when I first sewn the tag on, fortunately I didn't record it because I'd have been embarrassed, or I did it on a live, but make sure your tag is in the right direction when you sew it on. When I sewn this on, I had it facing this way. I had it upside down. So watch your placement of your nameplate when you put it on. Just thought I'd mention that. That's Tony's public service announcement. But there is my panels there. There's the 1 and the 2. This is absolutely gorgeous print. I love this print. So anyways, all right. So we'll take these now that they're interfaced. I've got my decoville on the back, all right, below the line there. And then I've got it away from the edges. She does give you measurements to help you with placement of that. So if I might suggest that you go ahead and just make it like a little dash, measure it out, and then you can do a dash. I do that a lot of times to mark so you stay out of the seam allowances when you put your interfacing on. All right, so we're going to take these and we're going to set these aside. Find me a side to set them on. There we go. All right, now we're going to work on the handles. Now, these are referred to as rolled handles. It's a little different than I have done handles before. But I think there probably might be a little easier way of doing the handles to give that rolled look on them. And I have got lines on my vinyl because my silver pen, when I marked my centers on my bag or my pieces, the pen leaked onto this piece. So I'm going to do a quick little swipe to get this off. If you ever have to take a marking off of your vinyl, make sure you do not use any kind of chemicals in your wipes. I am using these wipes that I got off of Amazon. They're called water wipes. They are supposed to be 99.9% water. I don't have any problems with it lifting anything off of my vinyls. If you, oh, I hate that. I feel like there's a line still there, but it'll probably fade. Okay, just be careful when you do that, especially if you use that silver marking pen. If it's on there for any long period of time, you'll not get it off. But anyway, all right. So you're going to take your handles, go ahead and mark the centers as your handles, but then you're also going to mark oops, let me lower my camera back down. Sorry about that. Apologize. Started to point to it and realized I couldn't see what we were doing. Okay. My camera, give me a second here. Let me just tighten it up a little bit. Okay. So see how I've got that center mark there. Then you're going to go in and you're going to mark, peel off, okay, fold. I'm sorry, give me just 1 second. Okay. So what you're going to do then is, first off, I did mark my center, but then what you're going to do, honestly, is you're going to go in and she's going to give you a measurement to go in from the long edge on each side. You're going to make a line on each side of the long edge. Let me go ahead and get my marking pen here. So I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to go in and make that marking. I did not have that handy. I apologize. My long rulers are out of reach. So I'm going to use this little ruler here. So what I'm going to do is then I'm going to go make these markings on both of my handles on all 4 sides. So I got my marking on the measurement that she gives you. It's not going to be the center, okay? It is just going to be just shy of your center line. And you do not have to have the center line, honestly. It's just a habit for me to just draw my center line as I cut handles. But that is not required because once you get these lines here drawn, you'll obviously know where your center is at. So you did not need to do that if you haven't done that. So this is the line that's most important, is this line here. Like that. So I've got my lines. There's one coming in from this side and one coming in from that side. I hope you can see it. That line, these are 2 different pins that were marked. So it's harder to see this one because this one is a little thinner point. So you're going to go from that side and draw a line all the way down. You're going to do that on both handles. I'm going to go ahead, and then what you're going to do is you're going to put some double-sided tape. You can either put it right by the line or put it on the edge, the raw edge, finished raw edge, or not, I shouldn't say finished, but the raw edge. I like to just go ahead and put it here. And then you're going to fold in your piece. After you put the tape on each raw, long edge, you're going to fold it in up to that line we just drew. Do not go to the center of your piece, just up to the line that she gives you for that measurement. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get those folded in. Now you may need to clip to hold these in place. You can use maybe a roller like this. That will help, depending on the vinyl that you use. obviously it will stick. Now I'm only using 1/8 of an inch. You could probably use 1/4 of an inch and it would probably hold it better. But I'm just using 1/8 of an inch. This is a fairly soft vinyl. It's not real thin, but it is fairly soft, so it should be fine. I'm going to place it down, and then I'm going to use my roller and roll it to help with that. And this is also like a felt backing, so I'm just going to take my roller and just roll it, and just helps to adhere that tape like that. See how it's just folded just shy of the center there. So I'm going to do that to the other side. Okay. I'm going to get this folded in and then roll it, press it, I should say, press it out. And I'll show you what it looks like. Just be careful when you press it. Don't want to, I always like just to kind of go away from the edge when I do my finger pressing, because I feel like if I start going to the edge, it distorts it. It may or may not. It's just kind of the way I feel. So I'm going to go ahead and roll it out to adhere that tape to it. Gives it a nice press. So again, if you take a look at the piece, do it at an angle, you can see my long edges. Just go up to the line that we drew. Do not go to the center. You will have an open void space there. And then once you get that done, you're going to put a piece of double-sided tape down through the center. I'm going to go ahead and use a 1/4 inch. Obviously, you can use whatever you want, but I'm going to take a 1/4 inch piece. I'm not going to go all the way to the edge with my tape, because part of this will be turned into, the webbing is not going to go all the way to the end. So I'm going to make a quick mark on the inside of the wrong side of my strap. So I'm going to make a mark there, like that. I just dropped my ruler. Excuse me. All right. And then I'm going to make another mark at the same measurement on the other end. Like that. So both ends have these little marks. Let's see if I can hold it at an angle. Like that. And then I'm going to place my double-sided tape starting at that line just in this very center. And then I'm going to stop the tape at the other end where the other side where the line is. Give it a press. So I've got it stopped there as well as there. And then what you're going to do is take one piece of your webbing, and this is just seatbelt webbing, and then I'm going to remove my double-sided tape. And then place my webbing in the center. Make sure you center it. Now this webbing has this nice little line in the center because the way the webbing is put together. You just want to center it the best you can. Make sure you stay as equal as you can from those folded edges. My webbing is a little... Okay. That's right. Now, obviously I'm using black vinyl. You want to try to match, my opinion, match the vinyl the best you can. This is a very dark, it's not even a navy blue. I'm not even sure I forgot what the color is. This was the darkest I had in 1-inch webbing. So, it's not necessarily going to be seen, but just in case you don't want it to peek out, or if using white, like using something very contrast, you don't want to do that, because you may be able to see it through the handles. Even when you sew it together, you may see it. It's just a precaution, just a precaution, just in case. You just want to try to match it the best you can if you choose this method to make your rolled handles. So you can see I've got my webbing here in the center as best as I can get it. And then once you do that, you're going to fold it together right here. This does not get stitched. This stays open. Yeah, so once you do it, then you're going to go ahead and clip these the folded edges here. You're going to clip it together all the way down to the other end of the strap. So I'm going to go ahead and clip around that, and then once we get that done, I'll be back. Okay, we are back. So I've got my straps all ready to go. Now, I did go ahead and stitch the one to save some time, but I will go ahead and show you when I stitch this one what we're going to do. Okay, so it's all clipped together on the folded edges together. So she gives you a measurement in the pattern to make a mark. So make sure, of course, you use a removable pin. So I've got a mark here on the end of my strap. So from each short end, make a mark at the measurement she gives you. So I've got one there, and I have one there, and then that's where my start and stop is going to be for my sewing. We're going to leave this completely open here on that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab our threads and make sure you have long threads, because we will be pulling our threads through, and then I will show you how that's done, because the threads will go in. We're going to pull them through to the inside of this so they don't show when you do it. You don't want to back stitch unless, of course, you have matching thread or you're comfortable back stitching. My clips are coming apart here. Now, you also, if you have a narrow foot or a skinny foot, this would be a good time to go ahead and switch that out as well, because you will be, of course, you will have some bulk here on this part. You will only be sewing through the 2 or 4 layers of the vinyl. You will not be sewing through the webbing. It is in far enough to where you won't be touching the webbing. However, if you have thicker vinyl, then you want to be careful about your machine, as well as if you have a machine that can handle this, that's fine. Now, this vinyl it's not a thick vinyl. It is it's not on the thin side. It's not on the thick. It's not the thickest you can get. However, it is a thicker vinyl, but it's very soft, and plus my machine can handle some of the layers, so I won't be struggling over the layers. Just keep in mind what your machine limitations are. So when you're picking your vinyls at the beginning, just keep that in mind. You will have the 4 layers to go through, as well as hold on to your threads, because my threads are nice and long. Hold on to your threads because you're going to be pulling them through. You don't want your threads to be yanked in the machine and bunched up on the back, because both sides of this strap, stitching, I should say, will be exposed in your handles. So you want to make sure that that looks nice. That's why we're not back stitching. So just go along and top stitch along the handle. I'm just going to just take it slow, because you got the layers. You're going to be sewing up some bulk, or you're going to be going against some thickness. That's why the skinny foot would work. I do have a skinny foot. The problem with my skinny foot is it doesn't move my fabric very well. My materials, it will not move it well, and my stitches ended up being really, really close together, ugly, you could say. It doesn't look very nice. So I'm using my standard foot. I'm just keeping my piece pressed up against my foot. I've kind of learned how to work with that. Again, just be watching out for that line at the end. I'm going to put a clip here on the very end to help hold it closed so it doesn't separate when I get to that line, since I have to take that clip off. Just go slow, and then when you get to that close to that line, you can always manually manually do your stitch, so that way you're not going over your line. I mean, if you go over it just a tad bit, of course it's not going to hurt, but you want to try to keep it as close as you can. Again, make sure you pull your threads long. You've got long threads on each end of your strap. All right. So this is how I'm going to show you how to pull these threads through and hide them inside of your strap. So what you want to do is when you pull, you're going to pull the one thread here on this side. You're going to pull it to where you see the loop like you normally do when you pull your threads. Oops, sorry. Like you normally do when you pull your threads through, if you're used to it. If you've not done this before, you're going to just slightly tug, just very little bit of a tug to where you see like where your thread is starting to come through. There's like a little, you can see that, just that little bump there. Just pull it enough to where you can get either a pin. I use my seam ripper, of course. Be careful if you do this. It's just what I'm used to using. Anyways, I'm going to take that loop. I'm going to pull it a little bit. So I'm going to pull it enough to get my thread started. But when after I get my thread started a little bit, then I'm going to take it and pull that thread on the other side through to where it pulls this thread in. I'm not real clear. Let me do that again. So pretend like we just started, because I gave you an extra step that you didn't need. So we're going to start all over. So when you've got your piece here, after you get done, you're going to take your thread that is like the top stitching, the top thread, not your bobbin thread, but your top thread, if that makes sense. You're going to take that, pull it just a little bit. You're not going to yank it all the way to where this piece, where this one comes through. You don't want it to go through completely to the other end. So you're going to pull this thread just enough to where you see this thread popping through the inside of your piece. And it's really, really hard, and I can't get it focused enough. I apologize. Once you get that in, then you're going to do is you're going to get your utensil, whatever you pick, something skinny enough to where you can grab a hold of that, and you're going to pull this thread to the center. You're going to go in the center, pull it through. If you look, you can see this thread moving, and this is the bobbin thread, is what I'm pulling through right now. So I'm going to take it and pull it through like that. So now that thread no longer is on the exterior of my handle. And then I'm going to go in, and then I'm going to get a hold, take this thread like that. I'm going to hold it, and then I'm going to kind of look in, and you're going to see that thread a little bit, and you're going to grab a hold of it. I need to get a little closer. It's easier for me to see it a little bit closer. Grab hold of that thread and pull it through. My loop almost disappeared on me. Give me just a quick second. Pardon me just one second. I just got to get a hold of it to pull it. You just kind of got to work with it a little bit. There we go. I got it. So I got it from the center. I pulled it. Now I'm pulling the other side through. So right now the threads are in the center of your piece. There's no thread there, and there's no thread there. Now honestly, it's just some getting used to work with it. You may just kind of go slow when you do that. It is honestly, it's just practice. The first few times I did it, it was hard. So I'm just now tying my threads just like I normally do. I do 3 or 4 knots to secure those threads. I also do a little, what I would refer to as just a slight dollop of glue. Now I'm not going to cut these threads like right up against this. I'm going to leave the threads just a little bit longer, just so they don't get pulled in or pulled loose, I'm going to leave them just a little long like that. And I'm just going to grab something. I'm going to grab my tweezers and I'm going to take them and tuck them up inside my handle like that. Just takes a minute or two, or maybe a few seconds. I shouldn't say a minute, right? On the video, that's like forever. So I'm going to tuck them up in there. They don't want to tuck, but that's okay. We can work with it. All right. Now, I got them tucked in there so you can't see the threads anymore. Well, it's hard to see because it's such a dark inside. And then I'm going to grab just a little bit of glue. I mean, any fabric glue you have will work. I just have this glue I got off of Amazon. It says B7000. Quite honestly, I'm not quite sure what all it is. I don't know if it's comparable. But I'm going to put just a little bit of glue where that knot is, because that's just what I like to do to secure that knot. To me, it helps, makes me feel a little better that knot is not going anywhere. All right, so let me go ahead and get this one going here. Give me a quick second. All right, let me get my little tool. So we're going to pull our threads through to the center. Sometimes after practice, if you can pull them both through around at the same time, sometimes you can just pull them both together just you can pull them out at the same time. But you just got to watch your, and again, you just got to watch the loops. I mean, if you want to, you honestly could grab a piece of scrap and practice doing that if you want this type of look. Otherwise, you can backstitch. I mean, some people are 100,000% against backstitching. I am not against backstitching. I just know sometimes I prefer not to backstitch on certain projects. And I am not doing it on this particular one because I'm using a contrasting thread. So that is why I did not backstitch on this. All right, so my threads are tucked. Let me grab a little bit of glue. And then once I get this done, we're going to set this aside. Get my little cap back on. All right, we're going to set this aside. And then when we will get back to the strap handles once we're ready to attach them to the bag. All right, so these are all set aside here. Now, our next step is we're going to prepare the buckle straps. This is just getting these ready to be installed on your bag once it's time to install them. And we are going in order that the pattern is written. So she does her pattern to where you do the lining before you finish the exterior. And I will do that. Normally, I will just get the exterior done because that's always the way I like to make bags. But we will go in order that the bag is written. All right. I need to go grab me a long ruler to mark my center on this piece. I apologize. It is not handy, so I'll be right back with that ruler. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. All right. So now you're going to grab your 2 buckle strap pieces, and these are long pieces. Okay, and then what you're going to do is you're going to mark the center of this piece. I just got to remember what the width is so I know what my center is. I'm just reading the instructions here. Just give me a quick second. Okay, I just got to remember what the center is. All right, I think. There we go. So I'm going to mark the center. And since this backing of this vinyl is a black felt, I'm going to use my silver pen. Yeah, that's not very good marked. It's not showing up real good. So let me grab, I have another silver pen, I thought. Okay. No, oh, there it is. I was looking for my backup. This is not my favorite silver pen. This is the one that left lines on my handles when I was marking them and putting them together, so I just don't like to use this very often. I got this particular one off of Amazon. It's it likes to bleed all over everything. So just be wary when you get silver pens that they yeah, it's a mess. I'm not gonna lie. That particular pen, I don't use it very often. All right, so the center of my piece is marked. Now I'm going to go and grab me some double-sided tape. I'm going to put some double-sided tape on the project in the center. I am using 1/2 inch because I'm going to eventually fold these long edges to the center. So I'm just going to use a 1/2 inch. You can do whatever you want. I used to, and I still do most of the time, put an 1/8 inch on each end, and that way it helps. It helps to secure me. To me, I had problems doing like 1/4 inch or whatever. I couldn't use 1/2 inch when I used my domestic because it just didn't really like the double-sided tape. Okay, so once you do that, let me go ahead and do the other piece as well while we're at it. Once you get your double-sided tape on. What you're going to do is you're going to take your short edges, put them right side together. So your wrong side is out. Throw a clip in there on both pieces. Again, right side together, short edges, wrong side out. Like that. And then what we're going to do is we are going to stitch along the seam allowance, or the stitch at the seam allowance, excuse me, that she gives you. And I'm going to do that to both pieces. And I am back stitching when I start and when I get to the end. I'm just going to chain stitch these, or chain pieces, I guess. I don't know what you call it. There we go. All right. All right, so these are stitched like that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to open up your seams. First, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to cut these seams right here on the corners. I'm just going to give it a little bit of an angle cut. That will help that seam to not peek through on this next step. So I'm just going to do a quick little, like a little triangle cut. Well, I'm not doing a very good job holding it in front of the camera. There we go. I'm going to do that on both pieces. Again, just little snips on the side. Okay, so now you're going to do is you're going to open your seams up. I'm going to open it, press it with my thumb first, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this piece off here of the double-sided tape that I stitched through. That's on the in the seam allowance. I'm going to pull that off first, and then I'm going to take this and I'm just going to peel it back just a little bit, not much, just a little bit. Take this seam, open my seam up, and lay this seam back like that. And then I'm going to do that to the other side. I'm just going to pull this back just enough for my seam so I can lay my seam out. There we go. All right. So there's my thing. So my seam allowance is pressed open like that. And then I'm just going to get another piece of double-sided tape. You don't have to. I think it lays better once you start doing this next step. So I'm going to place another piece of double-sided tape over that seam. So where there is no tape, I'm just going to throw a little piece of tape there like that. Cover that up. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove that backing of that double-sided tape like that. And then I'm going to zip up all the rest of it. So all of my double-sided tape now is exposed. And then once you do that, you're going to take your piece and you're going to start folding the piece to the inside where the line is, like that. Okay, so you're going to fold it right up to the line. And then what you're going to do is you just got to be careful as you do it, because you're folding it contrary to the piece itself. So I'm just going to kind of just take it, and I'm just going to work with it. If you've got a stretchy piece of vinyl, just be careful that you don't distort your vinyl. Then it won't fold right. So I'm just going down through here, and I'm going to fold it to the center. I'm going to do this with both sides. I'm just kind of just working with it like that. And then I'm just going to fold it down like that. And then I'll show you here what I got here in 2 seconds. There we go. See, now I've got one side down and it's all folded to the center. I'm just going to give it a good little press like that. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing to the other side. I like to start where the seam is, because that just is the thickest part of it. So I'm just going to fold it like that. And I'm just going to match it up to the other long edge. You just kind of got to work with it like that, and just fold it down as you go along like that. And then I'm just going to take this last piece bit here, fold it in, and then I'm just going to match it all up. And I'll show you here what we got. All right. I'm just going to give it a nice little press. Again, be careful if it is a stretchy vinyl. This vinyl's fine. So you can see there's my seam. So everything has been folded, and you've got folded edges on both sides. Now you're just going to take your piece and turn it right side out so you can see the nice finished edge, clean edge on the other side. And then what you want to do is you're going to fold it like this and flatten, I should say, you're going to flatten it out. And then your part where your seam is at, you just want to take it and hide it inside. I would not put it in the center. I would put it more towards the back part to one end, because I'm going to hide my seam part while you won't see the seam. You'll have that layer there. I'm going to keep it to where this gets attached to the back of the bag. That way, because this is where the buckle's going to go on the other side. So I want to make sure that my buckle doesn't have that seam, that I have to worry about the seam when I install my buckle. So again, I've got my seam. You can see there is on the back side towards the end. I've got it about 1/2 inch from the end, so that when I sew it on the bag, it will not interfere in the bag. I'll be able to stitch here without having the extra layerage. The only time I'm going to go through a lot of the thickness is when I cross over the top there. So there you goes that. So then what you're going to do, once you do all of that, you're going to make marks on your piece. You're not going to top stitch the entire piece. You're only going to top stitch where she tells you to. So she gives you a mark to where you're going to start, and then you're going to go all the way down to the end and then go back up. All right. So we're going to do that here in just a minute. I'm going to just put a clip in there just to hold it together. I'm going to go ahead and do my other piece. And then once this piece is folded up and ready to go, we'll be back. And then I will have, we will top stitch these pieces the way she shows you. I'll show you how you do your start and your stop. And then you'll have this end will be unstitched. This is where when you stitch it to your bag, so you're not going to stitch the very end of it. And I will show you when we do that. So I'll be back once I get this piece ready to go. Okay, now I have both of my pieces. Again, these are my buckle straps, so they are both ready to go. Again, I've got my seam like about 1/2 inch from the end folded in like that. That's just my preference, is for 1/2 inch that I do. And they're folded like that. So now what I'm going to do is from the end where my fold is, I'm going to make a mark at the seam allowance that she gives you. All right, I'm sorry, I'm getting that. Let's see, packing, make a line from one short folded edge and sew from the line around the strap. Okay, so I'm going to make a line from the ends that she gives you. Again, just make sure it is a removable pin if you're going to go completely across with a line. Okay, so I've got my line from the edge like that. Just make sure if you do like offset your seam like this, make sure when you do your line that also doesn't interfere with the line. Because see, this is this line, my seam here is not going to interfere with this line. If you see that does interfere with it, just back it up just a smidge, just to give it that little bit. If you do that though, you want to make sure you move that line. So if it interferes, if this interferes with your offset on your seam, you can shift it, but you're going to have to remark your line, because of course, once you start moving this part here, that obviously is going to change the distance. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put that clip back there and hold it together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start on the line. I'm going to go down across this short edge and all the way back up. One continuous stitch. I'm going to, again, make my threads long. I will pull them to the back, and since this back will be up against the bag, it won't matter if the knot is on the back of this strap. So it'll be okay that the knot will show, because it won't be seen when the completion of the bag. All right, so I'm going to lower my needle down on the line, making sure I'm with the top stitch, because this is just like a top stitch here. Top stitch width here. Go over just a tad bit. Let me grab my threads again. All right, and get that clip off there. Just make sure your piece stays straight so you don't have any peeking through. And then just start stitching at your top stitch. I almost forgot to increase my stitch length. Don't forget, if you've been sewing at a shorter stitch length, to increase that stitch length. That's it's important to the fact that you want your stitch length on your bag to be consistent. Just going down. Just turn it, make sure, see if you need another stitch. I can go about a half of a stitch, if you will, on that. I'm going to just kind of adjust it myself to where I want it. Make sure if you do it that way, make sure your needle is in an upward motion when you do this, or else you'll get a skipped stitch. So I'm going to go over and then back up. All right. I'm just going slow just to make sure. Well, I just hit the pedal just a little too hard. All right, so I'm back getting close to my line. I think I can go one stitch. All right, so I'm back to the line. Make sure my stitching is, I think I can go again at like a little half to make sure it's as even as I possibly can get it on that line. So I'm just going to do that and then bring it up manually and then pull it out. The thread's long. I'm going to snip it there. And then see, there's my, let's see if I can hold it back a little bit. So I've got my long threads. And then I've got where you see where I started and stopped at the line. And this end is not stitched. This is when we sew it to the bag. So I'm going to flip it over to the back side of this, which is the side of where the seam is at. I'm going to pull my threads through and tie them off. Okay. So I'm going to get these tied off, and then I'm going to stitch the other one, the other strap, and do the same thing. I'm just going to do 3 knots. It should be fine. You don't want to get too crazy on your knots this time, simply because you're going to start your stitching in the same spot where you stopped. So if you get too crazy on your knot, the knot can get in the way of the needle. Also, I've noticed too, if you singe your threads at the end, sometimes that little part where it's kind of singed, it can also put a little difficulties onto your needle. So I would actually wait. If you're going to singe, let me reword this. If you're going to singe, just be careful. Of your knot. Like that. All right, so now I've got them tied off on the back, and there's the front, like that. And I'm going to go ahead and do this other piece real quick. Let's get this done. Starting on this line and then holding my threads. I'll stitch this one. Okay. All right. My threads, clean them up, pull it through, and tie it off. And then once we get this done, we will set these aside as well. Does she have you? Let me see. No, yeah, we're going to set these aside. Once I get these tied off, give me a quick second here. Tie these off as well, and then we will go ahead and then we're going to in this pattern, we're going to go ahead and move to the lining. Again, we are doing this pattern how she has it written, so anybody who is wants to follow along with the pattern is able to do so with this direction. So we're going to do it that way. Oh, I can't get my fingers to work with this one. There we go. One more tie real quick. One more. All right. Just go close to the knot. I mean, you can leave a tad bit, so you've got a little bit on that. Just make sure, of course, when you sew it to the bag that that's not showing. But just be careful when you do that. I try not to cut it so close to the knot. If I do, I will, I'll end up singeing them. But again, I didn't want to singe them and then have to worry about my needle hitting that part where it's that thread is melted, because it can cause a hard place on your piece. I've had that. My needle run into it. So I'm going to remove my marks from my pin off of my straps real quick. I'm just using what they call water wipes. I think I talked about it earlier in the video. Pretty sure I did. I'm just making sure. All right, so my marks are taken off, and that's what they should look like. And then we're going to take these and set these aside. All right, so now we're going to work on the slip pocket. Let me grab my slip pocket pieces. I love this purple. I'm going to tell you what. If anybody who loves purple will love this bag. And the first person that pops in my mind is Barbie from Jeannie's Designs. She loves purple. And when I seen this, I just thought about her. Okay. So what we're going to do then is we're going to take our ruler. Now, the only thing that I am doing different than the pattern itself is how she does her slip pocket. And it really isn't that different. I'm just not turning the pocket right side out. So in the pattern, she just has you put them wrong sides together, just the short edge here is the pattern, and then turn it right side out. I typically don't do that anymore because I like a crisp point, and doing it that way, I personally find it very hard to get a crisp point. So I am going to go ahead and show a different way that I do my slip pockets. And it is no disrespect to Phoebe in designing her pattern. It's just the way that I have done them for a while. And I just choose to do them this way. Okay, so what she does is I'm going to mark, so the seam allowance that she gives you to sew. How I'm doing this is I'm just going to double that seam allowance and then make a line along the long edge. Let me scoot this over. So the seam allowance that she gives you, times it by 2, and then you will take your ruler, if you do it this way, and draw a line along the long edge of your piece. What this does is this allows you, this is not going to show up, is it? I got to be careful because if I draw on the white part of this, it will show through. So I got to put a mark here, but of course it can't be very dark. Let's see about this pen here. This one does sometimes get a little heavy. So I'm getting this. I'm going to draw a line. Let's see. Good enough. Good enough to see. And I'm just going to fix it up here. All right. And you can barely see it because I don't want it to show through the white on this. But I just did a line. If you can, I think you can see it right there. And this is double the seam allowance that she gives you when you do the turn method, where you sew them right sides together and then turn the pocket right side out. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing on this side. Okay. All right. So I got both of my lines. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my 1/8 inch double-sided tape. And then I'm going to put a line of tape along both long edges of this pocket where I made my line, where I made the lines. I'm going to go on the edge, set that tape down there. Do the other side. I'll show you here in just a second when I've done. So I've got my double-sided tape here on the long edges, and then I've got my line right there. So I'm going to remove my double-sided tape and make sure it sticks when you do that, before you do that. And of course it doesn't want to stick, so let me give it a little encouragement to want to stick. There we go. So pull that backing off, and then I'm going to fold the long edge up to that line we drew. So you're going to take this, fold it right up to that line. I'm just going to press it with my finger first, and then I will go back and press it with my roller just to help with that stick down and to crease my fold as well. All right, so that's down there. I'm grabbing my roller, and then I'm just going to take this and I'm just going to roll it out. And that, again, that helps with yes, I apologize. The adherence of the double-sided tape, as well as it makes a nice flat fold on my pocket, or my my pocket piece. So we got another encouragement we need to do on that. There we go. So I'm doing the same thing, folding up to the line. Just kind of give it like a fold and then a press. And then I'm going to roller and flatten it out. There we go. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my piece now with both of my sides folded in, wrong sides together. I'm going to fold it right up, and we're going to meet the raw edges together. I'm going to put a clip just to kind of hold it there. A clip I'll just use this clip here. I just need to hold it like that. So it's wrong sides together with the raw edges meeting. And then I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to flatten it out like this. Sometimes what I do, just throw in a little extra tip in there. I'll take like my flathead screwdriver and I'll just kind of give it a nice little help on the crease like that. And that just helps keep it from bunching up because it's a folded edge. Sometimes that edge will like bunch up. You can take this and flatten. Now this will get sewn on at the bottom here, but you can flatten it out too if you want. That's totally up to you. So you've got that. So you've got that nice piece like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my slip pocket trim. Here it is. So you've got your slip pocket trim. She does give you the measurement in the bag for that. I think I went over, yeah, I just went over 1/2 an inch than what she gives you. That just gives that little extra hangover. I like to have a little hangover, and then I just snip it to meet the side of the pocket when I get done. And I'll show you that here in just a second. So you've got your slip pocket trim piece right here. Let me first put some of this nice little fancy stuff out of my way here so we're not got things in my way. Here we go. All right, so you got your slip pocket trim piece here. I drew a line in the center of my trim piece, and then I put a piece of double-sided tape on each long edge of the slip pocket trim. I'm going to remove the backing just from one of the pieces right now. I'm going to lay it flat out where the piece where I took the backing off is going to be at the bottom. Take my slip pocket. I'm going to center the raw edges where it's open and the raw edges. I'm going to center that and place it right on top of the slip pocket. Now, you can, if you want, you can baste this shut before you add the slip pocket piece. I'm just going to go ahead and just straight on add the slip pocket piece, or the trim piece, I should say. So I'm just going to bring this a little closer to me so I can see the line. All right. So I'm going to take, again, the raw edge of your pocket, lay it down below the line that you drew on your trim piece. You're going to go below it and then just lay it down. Make sure it's centered. I didn't center it. So let me do this again. Make sure we're centered and you don't, there we go. And then I'm going to go, again, I'm going below that line. Okay. There we go. So I'm below the line. Let me hold it up and show you. You can just barely see the line, but it is below it. And then I'm going to remove the tape from the top of my trim piece. Then I'm going to fold it over onto the slip pocket. Now this part is in her pattern piece. It's just the construction of how you achieve these sides is a little different, but it still works out the same, doing it this way. All right, so I'm going to take my trim piece and I'm going to fold it over. And then one of the reasons why, besides having that little extra, it helps me to meet up so I know my trim is as even as I can get it, as far as not being like so big on one side and not on the other. The reason I say that is because when I first started doing slip pocket trim, it would be all wonky. I'd have it so big on the back side, it would like hang over. Now, because I didn't baste it, I'm just going to go ahead and throw a clip in here at the top just to hold it shut, because since I didn't baste it, it's going to, of course, it's going to pull. So, I mean, it's probably good that you baste it, honestly. But I just don't do it. So I'm going to get my piece here. And then I'm going to, now she just has you do a 1 top stitch on the trim. I always do a double top stitch on my trim. I do an 1/8 of an inch up from the raw edge and an 1/8 of an inch down from the folded edge at the top. It's my preference. Typically most people just do an 1/8 of an inch up from the bottom, the raw edge. Now, keep in mind, when you do your slip pocket trim, you do want it to be a piece of material that can be a raw edge, because we're just folding this over like I just showed you. All All right, and you just want to stitch this on. I use the increased seam. I use my 5 on this, my 5-inch, not 5-inch, yeah, my 5 on my stitch length for this. You can go a little lower. If you forget to change it, it's fine because it's your slip pocket, but you don't want to go too narrow. But anyway, all right, so I'm going to stitch the top. And you're only stitching this on the top because the sides and the bottom won't be stitched until you put it on your bag. All right. So there's, oh, that's so pretty. There's my trim piece like that. And that's the way it looks. That's my front. And then you can divide the pocket directly in the center. You could, or you can divide it any which way you want. I like to, in such a large bag, but this is, and nice large, since this is a nice big pocket, what I like to do is I like to throw in a pen pocket. Because I like to have my pens handy in my purses. I hate digging at the bottom of my purse to find a pen. That's just one of my pet peeves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a narrow pocket for some pens to slip into, and then I'll have one larger pocket versus two equal pockets. All right, so I'm going to do that measurement. Before I do that, see how I have that little bit of overage there? I am just going to go right up against my pocket piece and just clean that little edge up like that. All right. And now I'm going to make a measurement. If you want to do a pen pocket like I have on, like I'm doing here, instead of equal pockets, I'm going to remove that. So you're going to, when you stitch this on, you stitch this on at 1/8 of an inch, just like you do any kind of basting. So you're going to, this is going to get sewed on 1/8 of an inch. So if you want to make a pen pocket, you can make 2 pen pockets, or you can do one larger pocket to fit 2 pens in, like a pen or and a pencil. I like to go approximately 2 inches for my pens, and I still will go ahead and like grab a couple of pens and just do a little test, just so I know, because you want to have room for your pens, but you also want to have room, you know, to grab hold of them. So I'm going 2 inches in from my 1/8 of an inch. All right, and then I'm going to make a very faint mark on here. Let me think, because it's right on my, I sometimes use the lines on this material. This is a water resistant canvas. Sometimes I use the lines on my material to sew on, and I think I might do that. It's going to be a little bit larger than 2, but typically you want to go at least 2 if you want 2 pens. But so I don't mark on this because I'm not going to be able to get any kind of marking off of this. I'm going to, I just measured it out and then just increased it by just a tad bit. It's like a little more than 1/4 of an inch. And I'm just going to sew on this purple line here on my pocket. All right. So I know where I'm going to sew at. I'm going to mark the center of my pocket. I'm going to fold it. And sometimes what I do is I just kind of do a fold and hold it, and it gives me like a little bit of a crease. I may still do that again when I sew it onto my lining. So I'm going to grab my lining. It's here somewhere. Here we go. It's such a bright color. So pretty. Look into your bag and you see that beautiful purple. All right, so here is your lining. Let me make sure I have it held the right way, because it is at an angle. It's like a, I guess you would call this, I guess it's a trapezoid. I think that's the shape. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark my centers. And basically, again, I just mark my centers with a tiny snip. Okay. And then she gives you the measurement on how far down to go for your slip pocket. Just give me a second. Here we go. I just went to, let's see. Okay, sorry, I had to read through the pattern to catch the seam allowance, or not the seam allowance, but where we're going to start our pocket. So I'm going to put my ruler down at the measurement she gives in the pattern, making sure you know where your center is, because usually when you lay your ruler down, you can lose your center, but I just kind of put it on a specific line on my ruler, and I know that's going to be my center point. It's just a line that I've memorized. There's like a white line that goes through this, right through the center of my ruler. There's a white line, and that's what I use to mark my centers. Okay. I'm going to refold this to get my center back. I can see it a little bit, but I just want to make sure. And you're just going to center the pocket like that. And then I'm going to, whoop, I forgot one step, guys. One step. This will move, this will shift around. Due to the type of materials, it's called Smoothie Smooth for a reason. It's a very smooth, it's that poly bonded, I guess it's like a nylon. So I'm just going to put a little strip of 1/8 inch tape on each side, just on the sides, not on the bottom. I just need it to hold still long enough to start sewing on it, and so it doesn't shift. All right, let's get this backing off here. Sorry about that. I almost forgot to do that until it started moving when I set it down on my piece, right? All right, so I still can see my fold, making sure my ruler hasn't shifted. I'm going to flush my top of my strip piece to the ruler so it's even. I'm going to push it down like that. Get this in the garbage. And then I'm going to stitch this pocket on at 1/8 inch seam allowance, the top stitch seam allowance. Now you can back stitch your top of your pocket. You can also put rivets at the corners of your pocket. That's a good way of keeping it from tearing. Sometimes I do that. On this one, I'm not. What I'm going to do is I am going to do a back stitch. But I'm going to take a little bit of an angle and kind of make a little V. And that just kind of keeps it from pulling from one edge. And then I'm going to go back and then do my 1/8 inch. Okay, and then I'm going to turn. And then what I'm going to do is when I get to the line to where I want my pocket to go, I'm just going to keep that in mind. So I'm going to sew right up to that line. Right before I get to it, I'm going to turn and go up, trying to keep it as straight as you can. I'm going to sew right up to the trim piece. I'm going to go onto the trim piece. When I get to the top of the trim piece, I'm going to turn, and I'm going to take like a half, because I've got this on a 5. So I'm just going to take this at like a half of a stitch. I mean, barely a half of a stitch. And then crank it back down. And what that does is that's creating a little way to keep that stitch from pulling through, if that makes sense. I'll show you here. And then I'm going to go right back down, and I'm going to go along the side of the stitching that I just made. And then when I get to the bottom, making sure it stays even, I'm going to hand crank that so it stays the same point. And then I'm going to turn and go all the way to the edge. Now, if you're going to do a split even pocket, you would do the same. This would be the same method. I'm just making a pen pocket in here. Back up to the top, back stitch, and then I'm going to make my little V that I like. Okay. And then little V, it's just, I mean, it's just a minute little spot. You can't really see it a whole lot. But I think it helps with keeping the pocket from ripping. Okay. So see how the pocket, see how that stitch there, it's beside each other but not on top of each other. I'll show you in the back when I turn it. And then I just did the tiniest little V right there at the top on each side so it doesn't pull. And let me show you the stitching in the back. So you can see right here where I went over and back down. And then you can see the little, let's see, you can see it better on this one, the little V on my top of my pocket there. All right, so this piece right now is partially done. We won't, let me fix that. I see a thread. Give me just a quick second. Oops. Let me just clean up these threads. There we go. All right, just be careful when you do that. You don't melt your vinyl. All right, so I want to take this and set it aside. We are going to grab our other lining piece. Get the centers marked on your other lining piece. Okay. All right, so my centers are marked there. I'm going to grab my zipper overlay piece here. On your zipper overlay piece, you're going to put some double-sided tape on the back. I just put it at the top and the bottom. I don't put it on the side. I just do top and bottom. And I am going to fold this to find my center on my zipper overlay. And then I am going to measure down what she tells you to. Take the zipper pocket overlay. Yeah, okay. It's the same measurement. So I'm going to do the same measurement as my slip. So I'm going to get my ruler down, get that measured out. I'm going to remove the tape from the top of it first, so that way I can place it and get it stick down before I put the bottom on. So I've got my little center part, pushing it up against my ruler. Oh, hold on, my ruler shifted. Be careful. Let me get it figured out here. Okay, back in business. So I've got my center marked, lay my zipper overlay down, and I'm just gonna line it up with my ruler. I just like to push it up against the ruler as long as I hold on to my ruler and it doesn't shift my ruler again. So we're gonna push that down. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and then remove the backing from the bottom. Like that. And then I'm just going to kind of just lay it down. I don't want to stretch it. I don't want to pull on it. Just lay it down flat like that. So here's your zipper overlay onto your lining. And then what we're going to do is we are going to stitch around the outside edge of your pocket, only the outside edge. And you want to go at your nice stitch length, and it's just a basting 1/8 of an inch around it on the zipper overlay. So I'm going to grab that. Now you can pull your threads through on this if you want. What I'm going to do is I am actually going to back stitch, but I'm going to start on a spot where my thread's not going to show. But typically you want to pull your threads through. But I'm just going to back stitch. And then just go slow, because this has got a little bit of a curve on the side of your zipper overlay. So I'm just taking it easy around that little curve. There we go. And then just go slow. sometimes you want to go fast when it's a straight line, but I tell you what, every time I try to go fast, that's when my project start slipping. Sorry if I hit the camera. I don't know if I did or not. All right, let me get this trimmed off. That can hide my thread into my... If you can ever hide your thread, again, I am not totally against back stitching, but you just want to make sure it's not really heavy, and you want to make sure that you're not like doing some serious like 15 times in one spot back stitching, if that makes sense. That makes it really, really thick looking, but but if you can hide it, if I can hide it, I will do that. Make sure I got my threads. I do see, I mean, you can barely see them. I can barely see them, but I'm just going to clean those little edges. There we go. Like just like that. Nice. So, overlays put on. Now, once you get your overlay put on the outside, you're going to go and you're going to cut out the center of your zipper overlay. So, I just grab my zipper. Some people just use a seam ripper. I just take my piece. I do fold it to give it just give it a snip, but just make sure it's like even. I just give it a snip just to get the cut started. And then I'm going to snip to the end of the opening. Okay, I'm going to go right just a little bit behind that edge right here. See that edge there? I'm going to go just a little bit past that. See, there's just a little, it's just past that. Make sure you don't cut into your overlay. And can I say, I have to say this vinyl looks absolutely gorgeous with this lining. I mean, I can't help it. Sometimes you just pick things out and you're like, oh, okay, this looks nice. And then when you actually put it together, there's bags that I've picked out collars and I'm like, I second guess myself. I mean, it's like, oh, and then once you get the center cut, then you're going to flip it over and get your back, and then you're going to cut out the hole. Now, you're not going to go all the way up to the stitching. Typically, I go up to or right before where my tape is. Your goal is to remove it from the window where you don't see it. Make sure you don't cut your overlay when you do this. It does not have to be beautiful when you do this, because this is going to be hidden. You're going to have a pocket over this and you're not going to see it. Just make sure when you look at it this way, you don't see pieces hanging through from your lining. But anyways, yeah, there's times where and I'm just going to snip this real quick, and I'll just mention what I was just talking about. But yeah, I put it together and I lay it out on the table and I'm like, I'm not sure about this. I don't know. And I just want to second guess myself, but then I do it anyways. And then I really like the way it turns out. And I know a lot of people agonize. I want to say agonize. I mean, some people I think probably do agonize over matching. I want to trim this a little bit off of here. It's just really close to the edge. But anyways, a lot of people worry, and there are a few that will agonize over matching and making sure it looks right. I've gotten to the point where sometimes I do. It depends on the look I want. But there's sometimes where I'm like, okay, let's just do it, see what it looks like. And I'm pleased with the way it looks most of the time. Very few times that I've put it back together and I really hated the way it looked. And it's not because I'm stuck on my bags. Don't get me wrong. Of course, they're my bags, but trust me, there are a few bags that I've made that I've not been happy with. All right, so this is what you want to accomplish, a nice clean opening like that. All right, so you're going to take this and you're going to set it aside for just a quick minute. I'm just going to lay it off to the side there. I am going to grab my zipper pocket pieces. You'll have 2 of those. And then I'm going to grab my shorter of the 2 zipper pieces that you have. And look at this, beautiful. Ah, look, love it. I love it. The color. All right, So what you're going to do is you're going to put some double-sided tape on the one edge of each of your zipper pocket pieces. Now you can clip it if you want. I prefer tape, especially with this water-resistant canvas. It is, again, kind of slippery. And if I take my clips off as I sew, it will slip. I mean, I'm not going to lie, it will slip. I love this stuff, and I love the feel of it, but it is slippery. So I'm going to get my tape here. And actually, you have to kind of encourage the tape to stick to it too, because of the type of canvas it is. Okay, I'm going to take the backing off of one side of my zipper pocket. Then I'm going to take my zipper tape and I'm going to lay it right side up to my piece being right side up. So they'll both be right side up on your piece. Center your zipper. I have not yet attached my zipper pull to my zipper yet for a reason. I will do that after I sew these pieces, the zipper to my piece. If anybody who's handled zippers before, you get that bulge where that zipper pull is, and it drives me crazy. So I always wait until the last minute to put my zipper pull on. Obviously, if you're not comfortable with doing it my way, you can always do your zipper pull before you put it onto your zipper pocket piece. Okay, so I'm going to sew this on, and let's see if it's the full seam allowance. Okay, so she does give you the suggestion of what to sew this on, so I'm going to go ahead and get this sewn on. Again, my piece, my pocket's right side up, and my zipper's right side up. Okay. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the zipper and my zipper piece, and I'm going to flatten that out like that. Now I'm going to throw, you can stitch your, I'm going to go ahead and do it that way. So what you're going to do is you're going to go, after you turn it out and you've got your zipper right side up, but your pocket piece faced wrong side down, or right side down, wrong side up, you're going to take your zipper and just kind of flatten it out like that. And that will flatten the zipper up. When you've got pieces of material or fabric that it doesn't lay flat, I mean, you could, if you have like cotton, you could always iron it flat, but this doesn't lay very flat. So I'm going to stitch right close to the edge of my zipper tape to flatten it out, to give it a nice flat feel to my pocket. I'll show you here in just a second what I did. Cut all these threads off. There we go. So I see how I stitched it down. You see that this is the top one is when I sewed the zipper to the pocket. The bottom one is me sewing the zipper tape down to the pocket. So we got that. Now you're going to take your other zipper pocket piece, remove the double-sided tape from that, and then you are going to turn your zipper where it's zipper face down, and you're going to place your pocket piece right side to the back side of the zipper. Wrong side zipper is up, right side pocket is up, and then you're going to go right side facing down. Okay, I hope that makes sense. I think you can see what I'm talking about. I'm lining up my pocket to the edge of my other pocket that's already sewn on, and then I'm lining it up to the top of my zipper tape. So you want this to be even with the top of your zipper tape, where you're covering your zipper tape completely, but you also want to line it up to your zipper pocket, so your zipper pocket is not off center from your pocket. Sometimes, depending on how you cut, your pocket can be just a little wonky, but the most important part is making sure that's even. That can always be fixed. That little extra, like I have there, that can always be fixed. That can always be in your seam allowance. That's not a problem. So we're going to go ahead and sew this on like that. Okay. Now this part, you do not have to stitch it flat, because when you sew it onto the bag as the pocket, it's going to lay like this. So this does not need to be sewn flat like we did with this bottom piece here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to put some double-sided tape again on the front of my zipper, both at the top and the bottom. And I will install my zipper pull. I personally typically do it like after I get it on placed inside my window, but I will go ahead and get my zipper pull installed now. So there we go. So I've got double-sided tape at the top and the bottom. Let me grab my zipper pull. I may have to go grab one. Yeah, I don't think I have my zipper pull handy. I thought I did. I apologize. Well, I haven't had to pause for a minute, have I? All right. Oh, wait a minute. I have a silver zipper pull here. Let me go grab a gold zipper pull. Since I've got a gold zipper, the zipper teeth on the inside pocket is gold. So let me grab a gold zipper pull and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I am back. Okay, I got my gold zipper pull. Sorry, I had my panels out there. I was doing some matching. All right, so I'm going to get my zipper pull on. I'm going to open this. I'm going to open my pocket up. And it's not sewn together, but I'm going to open it up so I can get this on. I need two hands. There we go. Putting zipper pulls on, in case anybody wants to know. They've got all the tools you can get to put in on zipper pulls, and I see people use them and they work wonderfully. I could not do a zipper pull for the life of me when I first started buying zipper zippers tape by the roll. I actually pulled up a video, YouTube video. It actually Sally, Jess from Sally Tomato, put out a video on how to do a zipper pull on, and I watched that and I just kept practicing until I figured it out. So just in case anybody wants to know, I mean, that's how I learned, but everybody's different. So if you need to use a zipper jig, by all means, get you a zipper jig. A lot of people have them. Okay, so I got my zipper pulls on, double-sided tape is on, my pockets are sewn to my zipper. I'm going to remove just the bottom tape, bottom backing of my double-sided tape only. I'm going to remove that. Oops, I moved my box. Let me get that back. Okay, I'm going to lay my lining in the on top, and I'm just going to center it the best I can, making sure my pocket is centered so I don't have like my one, the pocket off to the side and it's exposed. So I'm just going to lay it over, centering my window on my tape, checking my pocket to make sure it is in the right spot. So it's in the right spot as far as being centered. So now let me get this laid down to where I can be satisfied with the way it looks in the window, and that my zipper pull is clear. Okay, so I've got it in the spot where I want it. So once I do that, I'm going to take the top part of my zipper pocket, I'm going to pull that away so it is out of the way when I sew this on. And then what I'm going to do is I'm only going to sew, you can't see from the thing, I'm only going to sew from like one stitch away from this bottom edge, and then go one stitch past the bottom. I'm only stitching at the bottom, where I took the zipper tape away. That is only where I'm going to stitch it. Do not go up and around the zipper hole yet. Okay, we're going to do the bottom first. You can, at this point, another one of those things, you can pull your threads through. Typically I do, but as I stated, I can go ahead and back stitch here. You won't see my threads on this piece of vinyl. So I'm just, again, about one stitch length past where the window is. And then I'm just going to stitch. Just keep your zipper out of the way. Making sure your zipper, keep your zipper pull out of the way, making sure your zipper tape stays centered in your window. There we go. And you're going to stitch 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. Sometimes if you're not careful, your piece will start pulling away from the window. So you just kind of got to be careful. Just get my zipper out of the way. Kind of reset. There we go. Oh, it's wanting to slide. There we go. I think it's probably because I'm trying to go too fast. Make sure, I think I can go one more stitch. There we go. Then I'm going to back stitch. Again, all right. Move that away. Clean up my threads. What this does is this puts your pocket on, but you're not sealing your pocket shut, because you want to keep your pocket open, because that's how you're going to sew your lining shut. So the bottom is sewn on like that. I'll show you here what I was talking about. Hopefully I can make it show up. There we go. So I just went about a stitch length past, or started at 1 inch and then went one past, and it's just the bottom being sewn. So now that the bottom is on, I'm going to go ahead and take my tape off the top. Now you could go ahead and place your whole zipper tape on. If you want to, that's fine. You can do it all, get it all on there. Just don't sew the whole window shut with your, before you sew your bottom piece. That's, or you'll sew your pocket completely shut. Ask me how I know. Actually, honestly, I just did it the other day. No lie. I thought I was done with my lining pieces and I was getting ready to sew everything together. And I was unzipping my pocket. So I had it open and realized that my pocket was sewn shut. So, and she does show you very well in her picture, in her pattern, a very good picture of how your lining should look when you sew your zipper overlay. So you do have a very good picture tutorial as well. Just keep your zipper out of the way. And then, oh, I should fail to mention, when you start, you're going to start here at the bottom and go up around the top and back down to the other side to meet your previous stitching. I need to go just a tad bit over, just a little bit. Okay. And then you just want to meet right back up to where you to where your stitching is, and then clean up those threads. Boom, boom. Threads are clean, almost. There we go. And there's your pocket. So you've got it. Your pocket is on, and it is open. Boom. There you go. Let me clean up a thread. I see a thread here. Give me a quick second. All right, there we go. All right, now what you're gonna do is you're gonna sew just the sides of your pocket shut, and you're gonna leave the bottom open. But if you notice, if you can see, well, you can see it from here, one side is a little longer than the other. That usually almost always happens because of the way the pockets, they always give you instructions to do the same size of pocket cutting. So what you wanna do is you just wanna trim that little extra that's there off, just so your pocket piece matches like that. Just try to keep it flush so you don't cut it too short. There we go. So it's just about 1/2 of an inch is all you have to worry about. So your pocket is even now. So I'm going to sew just the sides of my pocket shut, but you're going to leave this open. What I do when I sew my pocket shut, I will fold the bottom of my lining or my zipper pocket. I will fold it up a little bit. So when I start my stitching, I will start my stitching with a fold. So what that does for me, when I sew the inside of this pocket shut, it'll be like already a fold in it for me to be able to sew it shut. I will show you when I get to that point. I just want to show you that's what I do and kind of give you a quick little, and I just sew it about 1/4 to 1/2 inch up, not quite. I don't want to go 1/4 because that's too narrow. You kind of lose your seam when you do it that way. So there we go. So I've just got to fold it up. Again, I'm only stitching on the side of the pocket. So I'm going to turn it back over, lay it flat, pull the lining back, only the lining, where you can expose the side of your zipper. And you're going to start stitching at the top of your zipper and go down. If you're using a nylon zipper, you should be fine stitching over your zipper. A nylon zipper should not interfere with your needle. But if you're using a metal zipper, I would definitely start below the zipper. I know some people prefer metal zippers, some countries. I always backstitch over my zipper teeth too, so that kind of holds them together. But anyways, some countries only have metal zippers, or some people, again, just use only metal zippers. So just thought I'd mention that. And I'm going to get to the bottom. I'm going to backstitch it a couple times because this, I'm going to be, oops, that's not scissors, is it? That's a clip. All right, I apologize for the washing machine in the background. I'm not far from, obviously, the laundry room, so I apologize if there's that interference, and I do hope you can still hear me. All right. I'm going to do the same thing. I just start from the bottom and go up. When I flip it over, it's just easier to sew it that way. And then stitch over that. And since I'm using a nylon zipper teeth. Okay. So there is my zippered pocket. It is stitched and it's ready to go. I can go ahead and take the clips off because again, it gives that nice little crease for me. All right. So we're going to take this and we are going to set this aside. We are going to do our, let's see, where we at? Make sure I'm at the right spot. Yes. We are going to do our zipper placket or our recessed zipper panel portion. Okay, I have this gorgeous zipper tape picked for my exterior zipper. However, it has gold teeth and I have silver buckles and silver purse feet. So we're going to go with white, which will still look just as nice. Make sure I cut it the right length. So I'm going to use the one I already cut. And zipper scissors. Cut my zipper. I always cut my zipper a little tiny bit longer, maybe about an inch, not a tiny bit, but about an inch longer than a pattern writer suggests, only because I like my zipper tails to be a little longer. So, and then I cut off what I don't use. If you're concerned, of course, about waist, then obviously just cut the way the pattern designer gives you. Okay, let me get this taped back up because this will go back on the, well, there we go. I just have to get me a little rubber band here real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. Now, I'm going to grab my recessed zipper panels. They are right here. They're very small. They're not very big. She gives you the seam allowance that you need to mark on the back of your pieces. You want to mark your upper plackets, the top part of it, and then you also want to mark your bottom pieces. I have hesitated. I have not done that just yet because I like to fold my lining parts to match this when this is folded up, in case I cut just a hair too long or something, because you don't want your you do not want your lining to show through on your zipper piece. Okay, we're going to do the 90-degree turn on the zipper end, and this is just where your stop point is. Okay, she tells you how to fold, where to mark it, how to fold it. I don't know what she gives you. Yeah, she gives you a little. I do a full inch. She does not give you a full inch, so you can do it her way. I like to do a full inch down, make some little marks off to the side, open your zipper up just slightly past that point, do a fold down, and then move your zipper over like that. I'm going to pin it, and I'll show you. Stick a pin in your zipper tape, not your finger, right? Make sure it's nice and snug up there at the top, like that. My pins are bent, quite bent, because I do sew over these pins when I do my zipper. But I don't use these pins in quilting anymore. I got other pins for that, so yeah, all right. All right, so I'm going to do the other side as well. Make sure that's nice and tight. And then what I do, once I do this, I will kind of test my little piece, my zipper, to see if I match them up, if they match. And this one is a little higher than that one. I don't want my zipper teeth to be higher than the other, because then I'll make my zipper look funny when it's zipped shut. It won't match. So I just want to work with that again and just kind of give it a, there we go, that's much better. All right. So then I'm going to go and I'm just going to stitch on the edge outside of where you're going to, the seam allowance, if you will, on a zipper tape. I'm just going to go over it. I do go over it a couple of times. And then I'm going to pull that out. Clean up my threads. And then I'm going to do that to the other side. And I just start just past the zipper. Okay, and our wash is now done, just in case. If you hear that music playing in the background, that is our washing machine. It's a happy washing machine. Probably happy it's done. My daughter's washing. She's probably got it overloaded. All right, so there is my zipper. And then what you're going to do is you're going to clip off the little wings, but be careful. Just clip right up to where the zipper tape is. You don't want to go past that. You don't want to cut your zipper tape itself that you're going to be, keeping. And you don't want to cut your stitches either. Sometimes I've cut too close where it's cut my stitches and I've had to redo my zipper tape. So it's flush like that. And then I'm just going to re-singe the edges. Anytime you ever cut it into a zipper tape, you always want to singe the ends up, because zipper tape will unravel. Okay. My scissors have hit the floor, and I've got my little tool. All right. Now we're going to grab our exterior of your zipper panel pieces and your lining. I'm going to remove the double-sided tape. Oh, I haven't got it on there yet. I haven't told you to do that yet. So you're going to take double-sided tape and you're going to put it at the bottom edge, right on the short edge of where you made your mark. And I'm going to put it on the short edge of one short edge of each of my linings as well. Or of course, we're doing it on the back side of it, of the piece. I'm going to take one lining piece, one exterior piece. I'm going to put them together, right sides together, short end there. I'm going to put a clip on this short end, and then what I'm going to do, this is how I keep it and make sure it's straight. Since it's clipped together, what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to sew it first. That'll hold it still better. So let's stitch it first. So I'm going to stitch these two pieces together on the short end like this. Get my threads, and then she does give you the seam allowance in which to do that. Let me make sure I am okay. Oh, that is the other side. Well, let's see. Give me just one moment here. I'm going to, where is my picture F? Okay, sorry about that. I had to make sure I had the right seam allowance before I did it. I'm just sewing these short ends together. That'll help me sandwich the piece a little better, rather than sewing my zipper between two pieces and making it really thick. This does help alleviate with thickness. I will also show you, once I get my zipper in there, another way to help alleviate some of the thickness. So these are sewn together. So now it's kind of stationary where it's not going to shift at the bottom. I am going to take my scissors. I am just going to cut a little, like I did on that one. I'm just going to cut a little triangle out like that. So it takes away the bulk. I'm going to lay my piece down, take the backing off the tape off of my exterior piece, and I'm going to fold it up to that line like that. And then I'm going to take the other side and I'm going to do the same thing. But since I didn't draw the line, which you can if you want, but I don't, because I just take it and I match my fold with my exterior piece. That's how I guarantee that it shouldn't shift that much. If I have to fix it a little bit when I sew the zipper on, then I just, unpeel and stick when I get to the bottom. All right. So I'm going to open up my piece here. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm going to open up my piece here, and I'm going to put a piece of double-sided tape along one long edge of my exterior, and then on the same side that I'm going to put the tape, I'm going to go put it on the other long edge of my lining. And actually, I can just take it and just go straight across. As long as when I get to the center where the seams are, I have the seam open very nicely, so it doesn't do it. You can do it in two separate pieces, but you can do it this way as well. All right, so I've got my tape down. Again, it's just one side. It's on both, the whole length there. I'm going to peel the backing off. All right, and then I'm going to take my zipper tape here, and I'm going to take one of the folded edge of my teeth. I am going to put the tape zipper where the zipper is completely on the piece, where you don't see the zipper once I fold this piece over. You're going to match this. Take your teeth, go close. Do not butt it up against the where the crease, where it's sewn together, the seam. Don't put it right up against the seam. just put it close to the seam, because when you fold this piece over, you want a little bit of space for your teeth. So just put it close to it, but not quite over it, maybe a 1/16 of an inch away from it. And then just line your zipper up. Now your zipper tape will still be longer than the piece. Mine will be extra longer than the piece, but you do want your zipper to go a little longer because the zipper placket is meant to inset of the bag and have a gap in between. All right, so I've got my zipper like that, okay? And I'm going to take this piece and I'm gonna fold it over my zipper. Just kind of pull it as tight as you can without like stretching it. And then you're just gonna take it and line it up with the edge. So you've got, that's what it looks like. And then you've got your tail sticking out there, and then you've got your teeth. So you can see how the zipper teeth is there. And then what you're gonna do is she gives you the seam allowance that you're gonna sew, and you're gonna sew starting here where your stitch is, starting from there, and you're gonna sew all the way down to the end, but don't go over this end piece or else you'll see that stitching in your bag or your final product. And if it's not white tape, when you use a white zipper tape, then you'll see that, which mine's not, so I have to pay close attention. Let me get my threads a little longer. There we go. I like to have a little bit longer threads when I start my sewing. Makes it easier for me to grab hold of them. Well, I thought so, maybe not, right? There we go. Okay, so I got my threads. I'm going to stitch at the seam allowance that she gives you, starting at that where my piece was stitched together, that seam, I guess I should say, and then I'm going to do a back stitch. Just hold it still. When you get to the bottom, just give it a back stitch. Again, just don't go past it. Like that. There we go. So there's your piece there. You got it stitched like that. And then, well, I'm going to show you a quick little tip to help alleviate some of this bulk, especially where the teeth is. So what I do, where the teeth is, where the vinyl is, I'm going to go in right below the teeth. I mean, there is tape there, so you may have to pull away some of the tape, but I'm going to go in. Be careful to not cut your zipper tape. That is very, very important. But I'm going to pull it away from the tape, and then I'm going to go in from the side here. I'm going to try to show this to you without messing up, but I'm going to go in from the side, snip up to, but not, you know, really close, maybe a 1/16 of an inch away from the stitching. And then do a snip there, and then I'm going to go up above the zipper teeth, below this stitching here, again about a 1/16 of an inch. Take that and snip again right up to it like that. I'm going to show you here. Okay, and then I'm just going to snip that right off like that. And you can see where the teeth are exposed right there, but you still got that little bit, about 1/16 of an inch around the side and the top. That'll pull, that little piece does make a difference, trust me. You also, if you want, this is up to you, you can go in on this piece here. You can go in and snip above it, just about a 1/16 of an inch like that, and then take it off like this. You can do that as well. Now, these are not in the pattern. These are just things that I've learned by doing this type of zipper panel. But you've got that little bit chunk cut out there, and you got a little chunk there. That does, again, because once you fold this out and do your top stitching, you will have a lot of bulk, and you will also have bunching. It'll bunch up there if you're not careful. And that's just, again, that's just things that I've learned. All right, so I'm going to turn this right side out. Just be careful when you pull your piece away from your zipper. You don't want to separate your zipper at this point. So I'm going to pull that. You also, another tip, You can go in and cut part of this away. Just be careful that this doesn't affect the look, final look. Just go in and just cut it at an angle a little bit like that. And that takes that bulk away as well. Again, because it gets very bulky there. And when you top stitch it, you can you can do your top stitching away from where that fold is like that. And that will hide that. And it'll also not, you won't be sewing directly on that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull these out, match them up where they're lined up together. I'm going to throw clips on the ends so that'll hold it in place. I am going to pull it away from my zipper, but I'm not going to do like a huge pull because I'll do that when I'll do a tighter pull when I top stitch. All right, so I'm just clipping and I'm getting to the top here. So I'm just going to be very careful when I pull this back, grab hold of my zipper. This is, again, this is like, I don't know if it's the hardest part of a zipper. It is challenging for your fingers. If you've got fingers that don't like things being pulled on them. Just give me a second here. I'll get this put through. It's really not that difficult, honestly. It's just that my hands don't like to pull things very well. My fingers. I just have to use... Sorry, I'm not whining. I just have to use certain fingers to pull things through. All right. And I do ask, see how that bunches up like that? I'll show you real quick if I can show it. See how it gets all bunchy? That's why I chip away of some of that stuff as much as I can. But then when I can't, you can use like a turning tool. I use a flathead screwdriver a lot just to help work that out and straighten that out a little bit. I can use my thumbs to press it down some. That'll help with that bulk a little bit. You can use pliers. Just be careful if you use pliers. They're either flat, there's no ridges, or you put something between your material and the ridges of the pliers if you do that. Okay, now we're going to top stitch. I start my top stitching on the raw edge. That way I can back stitch and hide my back stitching, because if I can hide it, I mean, obviously I've been back stitching when this works well with my vinyl, but my thread, but I still always just start. So I'm just going to top stitch all the way around. Let me increase my stitch length so when I get around to the front here, it's got that nice long stitch length. All right, let's get to the end and then do a twirl. This is where you kind of make sure your vinyl is flat. So I just kind of give it a little, I just hold on to your zipper teeth. That's how I do it. I just grab the zipper teeth so my zipper doesn't come apart. Let me clean my threads real quick. And just be careful when you get to the top that you don't have to worry about your teeth. If you're using nylon, you shouldn't have to worry about breaking a needle. The only time I've ever broken a needle on one of these zippers is when I actually hit the tooth with the needle. I mean, it was like boom. That's the only time I've broken a needle on a zipper, and I've crossed over my zipper teeth. Alrighty, there we go. So there you go. There's one side of your, she refers to it as recessed zipper panel, which I always call it zipper placket, but it's recessed zipper panel. And then we're going to do the exact same thing to the other side. We're going to stitch these two together. Just make sure when you put your tape on, what I typically do is I'll put my zipper face down when I put my tape on, because I've accidentally taped on the wrong side before when I've done that. I'll show you real quick. And then I will just stitch this on off camera so that way you don't have to sit through the full zipper placket. Oops, went off a little. There we go. I'll show you real quick here. I'll trim that out in a minute. But get this folded over like that. So make sure you've got that. And then when you open it up and you put your tape on, this is how I have to do it because I have put it on the wrong side before. I will literally take my piece and I'll lay this down like that to make sure I put the tape on the right side of my piece. Because if you put it on the opposite side, then your piece is going to be it's not going to set right. So I'll set it down. I'll put it on the other side of my placket like this. And then once I get it set, once I get my zipper set on my piece, then you will pull away this piece. Here, let's do it real fast. And then I'll finish zipping it. Just in case there is difficulties. There's my scissors. Just in case you have difficulties with this, I want to show you real quick, because this is a tutorial and I don't want to mess you up. Let me get this other side folded in real fast. Just trying not to bore you with doing but I think this is important to show, especially if you're not familiar with recessed zipper panels. There we go. All right, so that's folded and that's all matching nicely. I'm going to open this up. Again, I'm going to take this, lay it down, making sure I'm putting the tape on the right spot. Let me grab my double-sided tape out of the garbage. It fell a minute ago. I'm going to put my tape down along the side like I did previously. I'm just going to go along the whole edge without breaking my tape. There we go. Like that. All right, so now I'm going to take my zipper face down onto my piece. Let's get the zipper tape backing off. And then I'm going to lay this down again, close to, but not right up against. Place my zipper tape onto my placket like that, nicely rested. But when you get done with that, you're going to need to pull your zipper placket that's already on away, because you will not be able to sew this with this placket in the way. It'll mess up your sewing. It'll cause you to have wonky sewing. So you want to pull this away. Now you can pull it away like this and keep it on. Just be careful. If you are not comfortable with separating your zipper, I would suggest you can either put like a clip on the end like that to keep it from separating, or cutting your zipper tape like a 1/2 inch longer and then doing what I call it a stay stitch. That's not the technical term. I don't think there is a technical term, but what I'm referring to is you cut it, like I said, you just cut your zipper tape a 1/2 inch longer, and then what you're going to do is just go along the end of your zipper like this. Just sew it a couple times. That's all you need, 2 or 3. I don't know how many I just did. But you're going to stitch it on the end like that. That will keep your zipper tape from coming apart. And you've got that fixed there. And then what you do, once you're done with your bag and you're done with the project, you can always just take your scissors and just snip that tip off. That's all you got to do. That is my way of, the best way I know how to show someone that doesn't like separating zippers what they can do. So I'm going to pull this apart, and knowing it's not going to come off, I can just kind of let it dangle. And then I'm going to fold this over, just like I did the other, making sure it matches. And it looks like it's sticking over just a little bit. Once I got it on, it's sticking over just a tad bit. So let me fix that a little bit like that. And then I'm going to stitch this on just like I did this one. And I'm going to cut away my vinyl at the tip like I just did. And I'm going to cut a little more off of this end as well. Just again, if you do this method, make sure you're at least a 1/16 of an inch away from your stitching, and just be very careful when you do that. Very careful. And this is just the way I do my zippers. Okay. So I'm going to do that, get that all put together. And then once we get these finished, we will finish the lining. And then once we get the lining finished, we will then work on buckles. I mean, and that's the real nice accent that's on the bag. I love the way the buckles look on the bag. If you can find like decorative buckles, I'll show you my buckles for this bag. I don't know that I showed them yet. These are the best ones I can find. These are, actually these are yellow gold buckles. They're kind of rounded on the end. So those are real nice buckles. I have silver buckles as well. And I also, but those are more square. I think there's the silver one. I'm trying to find them. I've got, this was a 2-pack, 2 colors, but there's the silver ones that I have. I'm not thrilled about the moving stem that this comes with. I like them where they're more fixed, where they've got the little blurbs on the sides to keep them from going completely to one side or the other. But I got these because I like the little shape to them. Because where my other bag, if you've seen, they are more square, which are very nice. I think it looks really nice. Because like these are square. It's hard to see from a distance. Let's do it this way. See how these are more square? I mean, I like those, and I think that looks nice with this bag, but I wanted to see if I could take this bag up another notch. Since I'm using such pretty purple vinyl, I decided to go with this real pretty silver buckle. So that's the buckles. Like I said, once we finish the lining, we'll get our buckles, work on our buckles, and we'll get it done. So let me get this sewn up, and then we will be back for the lining and buckle installation. Yay! All right, let me get this done and we'll be back. Okay, now we're back. We've got our zipper placket or our recessed zipper panel completed. I did put my zipper pull on to test it. And just a side note, my when I put my zipper pull on, when I used doing it the 1 tooth up rather than the 2 that you see there, this did get offset just a tiny bit, and I want this to look even, so I did actually went up an extra tooth to even this out. That's just a tip that I find. The only thing, and you have to like really look to see it, is this one. I'm only pointing it out, only just so you know. This side is the smidgen, is a smidgenist. Yeah, that's I know that's not a word. Longer than that, but I think when it's laying down in a bag, this side, this will not be as noticeable as when you zip your pocket shut. To me, this is more noticeable when your zipper teeth are misaligned than when this is just off just a little tiny bit. That's just my personal opinion. So that is my zipper overlay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it together like this. I'm going to fold my zipper placket and find the center. Now, because I stated that fact that one side is just a tiny bit longer than the other, what I'm going to do is how I find my centers on both sides, since one is a little different, is I'm going to find the common point between the two, meaning one side is just going to be, they're going to be like opposites. One's going to be a little longer than the other side, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to find a common point between the two, and then I'm going to go up towards the top, and I'm going to put a tiny little snip in my placket. Now, this doesn't get shown, so you can put a little snip in the edge, just a tiny little one, because it will be hidden in your lining, like that. That way, this stays as middle in the bag as possible. And again, it's you don't have one side even more distorted. Okay, now what you're going to do is you're going to grab one of your lining panels back. Doesn't matter which one you want to start with. I typically start with my zipper pocket panel because to me that's the back of my bag. That's just how I create my bags. The back is always going to be where the zipper zipper pocket is. I always like to keep my slip pockets on the front, to the front of the bag. All right, so you're going to take your zipper pocket, you're going to keep it in all one piece. You do not have to separate it here. And then I'm going to take the center point of my zipper pocket to the center point of my lining. I'm going to go ahead and place that there. I'm just going to put one clip in, and that's just going to hold it in place for right now. And then I am going to grab, get my bag pieces out of the way here. My exterior, oh, that's beautiful. Get those out of my way real quick. Hopefully they don't fall. All right. I am grabbing is what I'm looking for. It's called the lining contrast band. So I'm going to grab one of those. And on your lining contrast band, she gives you a measurement to go from the top down to make a mark. Again, this is a drop-in lining, and this is going to be the top of your bag here. And again, this is for that this does go on your lining because this is what's going to be seen exposed at the top of your bag. You don't want a lining piece at the top of your bag because, number one, it's typically not as stable as a piece of vinyl, and two, it helps keep that look of your pocket and your top of your bag nice and even, or equal, cohesive, whatever word you want to come up with. All right, so I'm going to find the center of the top and the bottom of my band. Keep in mind, this does have a curve to it because this bag does have a bag shape, a bag curve to it. Let me fix my camera real quick here, or my phone. It is sliding and I need to get it, if I can get it more, there we go. Keeps wanting to droop. Let me grab my water out of the way as well. Anyway, sorry, let me grab my water. This will have a curve in the top of the bag as well. So the top of your bag is going to be the curve, or the top of your contrast band is going to be the curve. The straight line is going to be the bottom. And that's what you're going to stitch to your lining panel. Okay, so I'm going to take the bottom. I'm going to put this right sides together to my lining and my zipper placket or zipper, recessed zipper panel. I'm going to center all of three of these pieces together. And then I'm going to work my way out, clipping all three of these together. Keep in mind, of course, your zipper panel is not does not extend to the end of your lining. So you just have to keep in mind that you will have like a little, you call it maybe a jump up point or a jump down point when you're sewing this on. So you want to keep that in mind when you sew. One more clip. And then you're going to sew this on to this at the seam allowance that she gives you. There we go. Okay. All right. On, clean up my threads. And then you're going to raise your upper band and your recess panel to where it's your seam is going to go down towards the bottom of the bag or the bottom of the lining. And you're going to go ahead and just kind of, you can finger press it down. And then you're going to top stitch on the lining. So when you top stitch, you'll see the top stitching on the lining with your seam allowance down. Let me go ahead and increase my stitch length. Now with this particular lining, I do have to kind of hold it because it does want to pull up. So I'm just going to hold. Also, something that I failed to mention is when you put your zipper panel on, you always want to put your zipper panel to your lining face up, because that's what you're going to look at when you look down into your bag. So you want to always make sure this is face up when you sew it to your lining. Okay? All right, so that side's done. So I'm going to grab my other piece of lining, my other lining contrast band. Get my centers for this side as well. Now you can, if you want, when you start your patterns, you can always go in and mark your centers before you even start sewing. I mean, that could make it a little more efficient when you go to sit down to sew. You don't have to stop and make centers. I try to do that sometimes, but of course I don't always manage to do that. Okay, so now I've got my other side of my lining, where my slip pocket is. I'm going to take my other lining piece, and I'm going to lay these two right sides together, making sure the placket or the panel is face up on the piece. You can at this point separate your zipper from it. You don't necessarily have to. It's not going to interfere with you stitching if you just leave it all in one piece. Okay, center it. I'm taking my contrast band or lining contrast. I'm going to center that as well. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the exact same thing. And if you keep this all in one piece, it'll just look like it's all ready to be stitched together as your lining. But I will show you here in 2 seconds what it looks like once you have all this clipped together, in case you're wondering how I did this. Okay, so there is my lining that I still have to stitch the zipper panel and the upper band too. And then if you look on the other side, there's where my zipper pocket is, but if you lift this up a little bit, there's the top of the band right there. It's not, the seam, the stitching is not going to interfere with this. If you are concerned, you can always unzip it to the point where it's kind of like dangling off to the side when you stitch it on. Or you can completely remove it and stitch this without this on at all. I mean, that is completely up to you, but the seam allowance is not going to interfere in that. So that's just a good way of just keeping everything all together, doing it this way. All right, we're going to stitch this on. My bag lining is 100% complete. Well, no, I'm sorry, I lied. Not 100% complete. Now we're going to stitch the lining together. So we're going to complete the lining. So what we're going to do is we're going to sew this together. But we're going to leave a large portion of the bottom open. So I lied. I forgot. I'm sorry. This has got a separate bottom to it. It's not boxed bottom. I apologize. I was thinking something else. But yes, we are going to stitch the sides together, and that's all we're going to do is each side. So when you line up the sides, you're going to line up your piece where your upper band and your lining meet. You're going to match those up first. I'm going to go grab some stronger clips. I will match those up, and I'll put a clip right there, and then I'm going to put a clip up at the top, and then I'll go down to the bottom and clip, and then I clip in between. like that. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing on the other side. I'm going to take my zipper tail and just kind of tuck it in so it doesn't accidentally get sewn into your bag. My lines aren't. All right. Two more clips, and then we will sew just the sides. Again, we're just sewing the sides, leaving the bottom open because we still got to install the base of the bag. And let's see. All right, so my lining is both sides, just along the side of it, not the bottom, but the sides are sewn. Now I'm going to grab my base lining piece. I'm going to mark my centers on the long edges as well as the curve. All right, sounds kind of funny marking your center on the curve, but I'll show you how I do it. So I'm just going to do my centers first on the long edges. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it together lengthwise, long ways. I'm going to put a clip in the center where I've got my two center marks I just clipped. And then I am just going to fold it down, kind of give it a crease down, and then I'm going to snip the round where it comes to the center point like that. So again, I've got my clip there. I'll show you it better here. I'm just going to press it down like that. And then I'm just going to hold it down and then just grab my scissors and just snip it just like that. And that's how I get my, find my center on the rounded edge of my bags, of my bottom. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we are going to stitch this, clip this on, and then we'll stitch it on. You want to open up your seams on your side panels, or your lining, I should say, on the sides of your lining, if I can get it to open up. So I will open that up, and then I will clip my base to that. One or two clips there just to secure it. And then I will go to the opposite side, and then I will do the exact same thing on the opposite side. Now I will trim down the some of the seam allowance once I get this base sewn on. I want to use that extra there in case I just don't want to clip off the right at the bottom of my bag where it's stitched. And so I'll just clean that up when I get done sewing this on. So I'm going to put just a couple clips here just to secure it. And then now, once I got each end done, I'm going to go to the center on the long edge, match it to the center of my lining. Put a couple clips there. Keep in mind this is, it's rounded, so you will have to ease things in once you start clipping around. But you always want to match your centers up and everything on any type of bag, because that will help even out. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to kind of let it rest inside of my lining, because that will help to ease it around those corners. You don't need to be doing any kind of clips like you do on gussets and things like that. You just kind of let it set. I just let it set inside of it. and then I just kind of ease around with the clips. I put a few extra clips in here because it is a curve, but nothing real special. Let me get some of these clips out of here so I can grab more than, there we go. I just ease it in. And like I say, I just lay it down inside. It makes it a lot easier, I have found, to ease in those rounded corners. Or rounded edges, I should say. Rounded corners. Well, a corner can be rounded, right? And I do put a few extra clips in here. I think I already said that. Sorry. There we go. All right. Now we're going to do the other side. And then we will stitch this on. Now, when I sewed up the original bag, I did it kind of awkward as far as the way I laid the piece. And then when I did the exterior base to the bag, I did it a different direction or a different way. I held the bag in a different way. Honestly, I don't know if either one was better. I believe in the way she has you do it. Let's see. Yeah, she doesn't actually tell you what would be an easier way or which way to do it, which is fine because everybody, you know, does sew things a different way. It's just what's more comfortable for them. But I do want to give you, you know, a tip just in case. I'll show you here in just a second. I'm almost done. 2 more clips and I should be good. So when I clip this, you can see around here, it looks a little, like a couple little gaps. That kind of will ease into your bag as you stitch around it, as well as when you do your seam allowance, it will hide some of that because when you go so far up in the bag, you won't have that pucker in your bag. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just the way how the curves work and how far up you go in your seam. Okay, so when I sewed this before, I sewed it like this, and then I was going up and around, and I felt that was kind of awkward. I think sewing it like this is a little less awkward, only because you don't have to go up and around like this with your bag. You do have to like work around the curves going like this. You take them slow, you'll be fine. Honestly, you know, anything with the rounded edge or anything that's really close to your machine is always going to be a challenge. It's just, you know, learning experience and learning to work with the curves is basically, but it's really not a difficult sew, honestly. All right, so we're going to go ahead and stitch this base on. I got so many clips in there, I got to stop every second to remove a clip. And just kind of make it flat. When you go around these curves, just kind of pull your piece up a little bit and make it, you know, flat around it. If you get a tiny little bit slipping on your lining, a tiny bit's not going to hurt, especially with the lining. Now, if it starts slipping a lot, then obviously you might want to unpick and resew. And honestly, I think this is much better. I mean, with the lining, when you're sewing it with the exterior, of course, it's right there, you know, it's not going to move or shift the bag itself. You have to kind of squish the bag. But with the lining, because it's soft and it just flops, it stays out of your way. It's a little easier to do it this way. I have to think for a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got thinking for a second, and I just realized I needed to sew my zipper. Okay, I'm going to have to put an edit correction in my lining, my zipper pocket. Let me finish this out, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Just kind of flatten your piece as you go around those curves if it wants to pucker. Sometimes they just work themselves out. There we go. All right, we're almost to the other side. All right, so I'm going to edit. I will correct this in the beginning, so you will already see a correction when I sew the zipper pocket. I don't know what I was thinking when I was sewing the zipper pocket. Since this is a drop-in lining, you do not leave your zipper pocket open. You just sew it shut. Since I've already done the folds up, I'm just going to work with that and then sew my pocket shut with that. It's not going to hurt it doing it this way. It all of a sudden hit me that even though I've mentioned it 1,000 times already that this is a drop-in lining, that I needed to sew this shut. So I'm just going to work with this, what I've already got, and then just sew it up. But yeah, do not leave. Whoa, I'm hitting the camera. Sorry, guys. I do not leave your zipper pocket open. But again, I will already have an edit correction in my tutorial when you will already have seen that edit correction. All right, so that is secure. My base is completely sewn on to the bottom of my bag. It actually doesn't look too bad. You can see around the edges, I mean, just right there a little bit. That's not a big deal. I mean, that side, it doesn't look bad either. So, again, it's just one of those things. You take your time. You go slow. It shouldn't be all that bad. Now, I'm going to trim down my seam allowance. I don't know if she has you do that. Yeah, she does tell you to trim down your seam allowances. Now, she does offer you to do tiny snips along the curved areas, but that's so it'll help lay better. If you've got pinking shears, I mean, honestly, I would just go around. I'm just going to go around the whole bag with my pinking shears. It's not needed, honestly. You can just go around your curved edges with the pinking shears. And that's just lays things better when there's a curve. Pinking shears are little relief kind of marks in your piece. Always helps relax it a little bit more. So I'm going to trim this down. If I can get my pinking shears are always hard for me, I think, for everybody to use, no matter how sharp you get them. I think because of the way the crisscross of the blades. All right, we're almost done. couple layers there. I gotta help it along. There we go. All right. So get that out of the way. All those fibers out of there. All right. So there's my base. It's all cleaned up. Now I'm going to just trim down my seam allowance on the sides of my bag. I am going to start below that drop down line, but before this bulk here. I used to leave it in thinking I needed that, but that bulk ends up kind of sticking out in my bags. So I am going to cut my seam allowance right before that bulk. And I just kind of go down to where it gets to that opening. See how I trim that away a little bit. So we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Okay. Get all my pieces and bits and pieces pushed away. Now I'm going to go ahead and put my double-sided tape on the bag. First, I'm going to put a little strip of double-sided tape on my side seams to help them open up and stay open. It's just, it keeps it encouraged to stay open. Sometimes when you're dropping down your lining and your piece gets, they sometimes start flipping open or flipping shut basically, or closing up. So I'm going to do that first. Press those open. Get the other side and press it open. You can either use double-sided tape. You can even stitch your seams open if you want, or you can just let it go and use, when you put your double-sided tape around the whole top, you can use that. This just gives it extra reinforcement. All right, so I'm going to take my double-sided tape. Let's flip my piece. So I've got them open like that with double-sided tape. So now I'm going to take my tape and I'm going to go around the top edge of my lining, working through the curve. You just kind of go around it. I try to do one full piece if it's possible. All right, I use 1/4 inch for this step. There we go. So this is already on like that, all the way around my bag. And now all I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the tape. Whoa. And I'm going to fold the top of my lining, the top raw edge, down to that line. I usually start on the sides since that's the thickest part. So I'm going to fold it down here on the sides. Kind of hold that down. I'm going to unzip my bag. It makes it a little easier. I'm actually going to take my zipper pull off, honestly. That way it'll make it easier for me. And then I'm going to, I usually put a clip right here at the side seams because that always seems to be the part that wants to, of course, raise up because it's the thickest. So I'm just going to go around my bag. Remember, you got that curve. So just kind of go slow. It's not a curve that you need to really put any snips on to relax it. Because it's a gentle, it's a nice, it's just a nice small curve. It's not a large, big swoop or anything. Get the zipper tail out of the way. That. All right, we are almost there. And then once we get this done, we're going to set this aside and we're going to finish up our exterior of the bag. Put it down like that, and it looks really nice on the inside. That's real pretty. Okay, very pretty. Now, we are going to move on to the next strap. We're going to attach the next step, which is attaching the straps to the bag. Okay. So I'm going to grab one of my exterior pieces. I am going to start with the back, and I'm going to grab my pattern piece back. And the pattern piece that I want to get is it's the exterior main piece top. Now, you can do this before you put your bag together. That's up to you. I typically do this part when I'm ready to use it, especially if I am going to mark the bag. I want to make sure the marks are put on it at the last possible moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip my pattern piece on, matching the top of it to so it's in one, it doesn't shift when I'm making my marks. All right, so I've got this down, and then I've got in my piece, there's little lines right on this piece. What I did is I just took my X-Acto knife and just kind of cut a slit with my X-Acto knife. So that way, all I got to do is take my marking pen. I'm going to get my silver marking pen. Hopefully it shows up on this white. But I'm just going to take my silver marking pen and make a line through that slot on both slots. Or actually all 4 slots, but 2 on each side. Now you will do this to both your pieces. One is for your strap placement. The other is for your buckle placement. Okay. Again, I'm starting with the back. So I'm going to take these off so I can do that. All right. Move this off, and I've got my little markings. You can see one of my there's one there, and there's the other there. Okay. Now I'm going to grab one of my strap handles. Make sure this is I've got one that I have. Where's the other one at? There it is. Nope, that's not it. Oh, my other one's in the floor. Sorry, give me just a quick second. Yeah. Okay. So I've got the one, and you notice you've got that nice wide spot. So what you're going to do is let's see. Okay. So what you're going to do, sorry, I had to double check the pattern to make sure. So what you're going to do is you're going to take and just cut tiny little triangles off of the very ends, the short ends where it's sewn like that, or it's open, it's not sewn, I should say. You're just cutting little triangles, and what this does is this keeps these corners from peeking out when you sew it. My little scrap is now stuck to my tape. There we go. All right. And then you're going to, then once you do that, I'm going to put a piece of double-sided tape in the center. Like that. And then I'm going to remove the backing. And then you're going to take this and you're going to fold this up to where your webbing starts. And then, like I say, cutting those little triangles out keeps the edges from peeking out as much as possible. Like that. And that'll give you a finished edge when you sew these onto your bag. You get a nice finished edge. So that's another bulk alert, I guess you could say. And just keep that in mind when you do that as well. All right, I'm just kind of tucking that in, making sure it looks nice. Again, you're just going right up to the webbing like that. And then you're going to stitch it down onto the bag. I'm going to put, yes, another piece of double-sided tape on my piece here. That'll help hold it when I put it down onto the bag so it won't shift. So I'm going to go ahead and do the other side of this handle. Just bear with me here. I'm just trying to get this stick down good before I start snipping on it. There we go. Okay. All right, so now once you do that, you're going to take your strap handle, make sure it looks nice and even. There we go. Take the double-sided tape off the back. And then line it up with that line at the top of your bag, like this. So you're going to take it and line it to that, take it and place your handle to that line. And I'm going to press it down. And I'm going to sew this on first before I attach the other side. That way the other side doesn't keep, you know, being unstuck and then the double-sided tape gets ruined. I'm going to crease my stitch length back to my top side stitch length so it matches. And you will be putting a rivet in this. You can, well, there's two things you can do. You can either put an X through it if you're comfortable with doing that, or you can put a rivet in. If you, as you notice on my, I end up doing 2 rivets, but that's because I like that better when it's a rolled handle, because I have a thing about that being wide open. I don't know what it is, but I prefer to have a rivet in the center of my box and then a rivet up at the top, above my box. But that's just totally up to you if you want to just do the little X in the box, or if you want to just do a rivet, a rivet or 2 in your thing. But you still want to sew your box on, so don't go away from not sewing that box on. Your box, it's going to be sewn at the top stitch seam allowance, and then again I'm using my top stitch stitch length, which is about 5. And I'm going to start on the side. You can start wherever you're more comfortable doing. I'm going to pull my threads through, so I've got my threads long. I'm just going to go slow and watch where my needle goes. Okay, I'm going to turn. Just watch your handle. Sometimes I might want to tuck that a little bit so it's not showing. I don't think it's going to peek out, but I'm just going to. You might be needing to do some hand cranking just so you can stay consistent with your seam allowance things. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull my thread through before I forget, because you don't want to stop your stitching on this with the thread not being pulled through yet. That will, you will not be able to pull your thread through. Oops, oops, oops. Be careful, be careful. I'm pulling the wrong thread, and I could end up with, there we go. All right, so my thread is pulled through. And let's continue on. She gives you a suggestion as far as how wide to make your box. I think I pretty much follow that. Yeah. But she does give you what you need to stitch this on as far as how big to make that box. Let's see. I think I can go one more. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Let's make sure I'm saying... Probably could have went one more stitch, but I'm going to put a rivet up at the top, so that'll be okay. I could have probably went one more stitch, but it's fine. I'm getting up into where the webbing is, and that's going to interfere with my foot anyways. And like I said, since I'm putting a rivet in up at the top, I'm good. All right, I'm going to need to hand crank again. When you do this, you do sometimes get like one short stitch, but at the very end, sometimes it's not that noticeable. And I kind of would do that rather than going past where I'm supposed to be going. So that's why I'm kind of just going slow, eyeballing it, and landing right in the spot where you started. And then grab my threads and then snip it. Always hold on to your threads when you on the last stitch. That way you're pulling the right thread through and not accidentally pulling the wrong thread through, and then end up with a missed stitch or a skipped stitch. All right, I'm going to tie these off. I'm going to do 4 knots just because. There we go. And I'm going to leave my threads slightly long like that. I will tape these down out of the way, or tape it down once I put my rivet in. I found if I try to put a rivet in or punch a hole with the rivet and there's tape in the way, it makes it really hard. So I will put some tape on that knot when I after I do my rivet. I'll put the tape over the knot, I guess I should say. All right, so I'm going to do the other side. I'm going to do the exact same thing as we did on this side here. Just repeating it on this other side, and then once I get this placed, I'll be back. I'm not going to bore you with watching me stitch another 3 more of these on, because it's very tedious to do this, and it will save time on the video, plus it will keep you from having to fast forward through this portion, right? All right, so I'm going to stitch this down, and then once this is stitched, all of my handles are stitched on, we will be back, and then we will get to the buckles. Get my strings out of the way here. All right, I will be right back. Okay, and we're back. Both of my handles are on. Both of my handles have been riveted. See how I've got 2 in there instead of the 1? Like I say, that's just, and then that gives it a nice clean look. And I feel like it's got a good sturdy hold to it, because this bag, it is a roomy medium-sized bag. And because of the oval bottom, you can put a lot in there. So I think that will be very nice. Now I am going to cover my rivets and my threads. Let me grab my I just like to hide all of that and under my, either use a piece of tape. I mean, it's up to you how you cover it. Sometimes I use leftover pieces of foam that I have. I don't have any handy, so I will just use some duct tape, and I just messed up my duct tape, so let me cut that off. It's very sticky. And because these are double-sided rivets, I mean, it's not mandatory that you cover them, because There's not like a prong or anything that's going to rub, but it's always, I like to just cover it. I think it's just nice to keep it covered and make it a nice smooth back, or a nice smooth surface, I guess you could say. Plus I like that, and I like to put my threads in there and keep my threads. And I'm just keeping the tape below my below the drop down line. So let me go ahead, finish taping up. I should have did that before I turned the camera on, but I didn't. So we'll fix this real quick. This just shouldn't take but a minute. If that, unless you keep messing up your tape. Especially when you have extra sticky tape, it always makes it a little more difficult, right? But you want the sticky tape because you want it to stick to your surface. I've found some tapes are really hard to stick to a surface. It's kind of, whoops, there went my scissors in the garbage again. I'm always dropping something in my garbage. All right. Get my scissors out of the garbage. All right, so now I've got my tape on the back of my project. So these are ready to go. Get my handles back to where they belong. It looks like it got twisted a little bit. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the buckle straps. Okay, so what you're going to do, let's grab one of our buckle straps. One buckle strap. And one panel. I'm going to actually take the back panel, not any panel, but you want to grab your back panel and one of your straps. And what you're going to do is you're going to place your buckle strap with the unsewn edge. See how we got that one piece that's not sewn there? This is going to be the side that's going to go to the back of your bag, like that. And then you're going to stitch the buckle strap on to the back of your bag on the mark that you made from your pattern piece. See that little spot there? I'm going to take this and put it on. What I'm going to do to hold it still is right in the center. I'm going to put just a little tiny piece of double-sided tape. It won't like be like a miracle not moving of your bag or not, shifting a lot, but it'll help to help it. Let me try that again. It will help to hold it. All right, so I'm going to take that. I'm going to place it down on the line. And make sure my stitch length is at the right one, because you want to make sure your stitch length is consistent, because the idea of doing it this way is to make it look like your stitch, you've done it all in one stitching. Okay, let me get my threads. Let me pull my threads through some, because we're going to pull our threads through the back, and we're going to do tying off. We're going to be tying off our threads again, especially because, like I say, I'm using a contrasting thread, so I definitely want my threads to be pulled through. So what you're going to do is you're going to, where you started sewing on the strap here, let me grab my other strap and I'll show you. So where you started on that piece there, that's where you're going to start your needle at on here. So let me grab that. I'm just going to put my needle down in that spot like that. And then I'm going to make a rectangle. So I'm going to sew a full rectangle starting at one point, going down, up, across, and back down again. And that's going to stitch the piece onto the bag. Now, you do not need to put anything else there to hold it, like a rivet or anything, because this is purely cosmetic. It's not to serve any purpose but to accent your bag. I should say it's a bag accent. Okay, so I'm going to start there, and then I'm going to go down to where the other stitch is. Just line up the best you can, and then just go and make sure you stop in the same hole. I'm going to crank it just a tiny bit. There we go. And then turn it. Get my threads out of the way so they don't get caught up. And then I'm going to stitch it back, stopping at about approximately 1/8 of an inch from the edge, like that. Give it a twirl. I'm going to go ahead and put my thread through. Ah, come on. Doesn't want to pull, so give me a quick second. There we go. There's too much thickness, I think. It just didn't want to pull through. There we go. Almost. Trying to do it without breaking my thread. There we go. And I did break my thread a little bit, but it's still enough to tie it off on. Okay. So just be careful when you do that. All right. Just another reminder, you are going through multiple layers. So you just want to be careful on this when you do that. There we go. And I'm just going to stop my rectangle right where I started. So it looks like it's all together. There we go. So let me get this piece out. Again, keeping my threads long, doing a snip, holding onto my threads and flipping. Let's pull this thread through, and then I will show you what we just did. Get these tied off. I just do like, say, 3 or 4 knots. I think I'm doing 4. I think I've lost count too. Leaving my thread slightly long. There we go. Get these out of the way. There we go. All right. So let's show you what I just did. See how I did the rectangle, and it looks like it's all fluid. It doesn't look like this part of the stitching was done first, so it all stays the same, but you got it. That's all you're stitching on. All right, let's stitch this other one on. I'm going to do the exact same thing. All right, so my buckle straps are sewn on to the back of the bag, like that. All right, so now we're going to move to the front of the bag. So let's go ahead and set this aside. Let's first wipe off our markings. Make sure we keep those cleaned off as we use them. I'll get this off here real quick. Sorry, when I was doing my straps, I cut my finger. Hazards of sewing, right? I should get hazard pay. All right, so I'm just going to kind of reach in there using my water wipes, getting up underneath where it was marked, and just wiping that off. I feel this needs repeating, Do not use anything other than water on your bag. You will be sorry. I'm just saying. Majority of vinyls, if you use something with chemicals or alcohol, like an alcohol wipe, it will remove the print of your vinyl. Most generally, I should say. Okay. So, that's that. Now, let's grab the front. I've already got my marks. Remember, my marks are still in the front. Now, with the front, you're going to do a little different. It's the same markings, the same placement, except we're going to get the knife out, and we are going to cut slits in the front of our bag. Now, when you made your marking, you wanted to make sure that you did your marking the exact length, not like just a small point or something, because you're going to cut your slit the length of that marking. I'm going to actually start just below it and cut down to where it ends. And I'm going to stop right before where it ends. And that's just, I do that. I'm just going to find my line. It kind of wore off a little bit. But I do that to make sure, in case when I put the piece of vinyl in there, if it does like, I don't want to say tear the vinyl, it has that wiggle room. Just go slow. Okay, there you go. Now keep in mind, once you get done with your buckles, you won't notice these slots in your bag. I'm going to go ahead and wipe my markings off now that I got the slots cut, and I don't need that mark anymore. There we go. All right. I'm going to grab the connector number 1. Give me a second here. They are buried in my little basket. Oh, my thing's coming undone. I'll fix that later. All right, so connector number 1, you will have, there they are, hiding from me. You will have 2 pieces of connectors. You'll have a real small piece, two small pieces like that. And then you'll have 2 longer pieces or bigger pieces. You want the shorter of the smaller pieces are connector piece 1. So you want both of those pieces. Set your other ones aside. Grab your front panel back. Okay, now I have to read as I do this because it did take me an extra minute to do this. And when I install both of these, I'm not going to pause or anything. I'm going to do it twice to show you, because this was the more, I don't want to say complicated, because it's not complicated, just the harder for people to understand when we did the connectors. And I myself had to read it like a couple of times for it to soak in, for me to understand how it's done. So you're going to take your connector and you're going to insert it with the wrong side up. Right? Let me see. Pack stitching well done. Okay. Okay, yes, I was right. You want to take it's face up, go through your slit. You can do front to back or however you want to put it through. I might have to go a little bit bigger because this is my slot. I did not cut it wide enough. And that's, again, I'd rather, on the first try, not cut it wide enough than cut it too wide. So I'm going to go just down a little bit more to accommodate this piece. There we go. I'm going to go from, slip it through the front. It's neither here nor there which way. You just want to make sure you're putting it in with the wrong side up. That's the key part. Put it in with the wrong side up. Make sure it lays flat on your piece, like that. And then you are going to, let's see, a 1/4 inch, oops. The part sticking out on the right side should face the bag's side edge. So it should on the let me make sure. I'm sorry, I have to reread this. From the right side, insert the little piece in the which that's about it. If you want to measure to make sure you only have it right exactly what she's got. Actually, I've got it in there too far. So you can just hold your ruler up to make sure you've got it the right amount. Okay. Laying it right side together. All right, give me just a moment. I need to reread this, and I don't want to keep the camera running while I'm double checking. All right, so now we're moving to the connectors. We got the slit cut, and then we're going to take our piece, and that's connector piece 1. And then we're going to take it, and we're going to install it into the slit, wrong side up, right sides together. Take the piece, and then go through the front and pull it through the back. It is a tight fit but I don't want to cut the slit any larger because then you've got too much play with your piece. All right, so that's in there. And she gives you the measurement that it should be pulled through, how much it should be pulled through, I should say. So I'm going to check and make sure I'm accurate on that. All right. Now, then what we're going to do is making sure the tab part that's sticking out of the front is pointing to the edge of your bag. Wrong side up again, and then you're going to make a stitch on the tab through the bag, through the front of the bag, at the seam allowance she gives you, and the seam allowance will be from, let me get something that I can point. Your seam allowance will be from the edge, the cut edge here, to here, is what you're going to stitch, and she gives you, again, a seam allowance, and you're going to stitch right there, only on the tab. Do not stitch outside of that tab. That's very important. Just 1 second. All right, I'm going to decrease my stitch length because I don't want it to be at a top stitch. I want it to be a smaller stitch length. Get my X-Acto knife so I don't cut myself again. Get that out of the way. All right, so I'm going to bring my piece out back in. Hold my threads, and then I'm going to start stitching on the tab at the seam allowance she gives you. Okay. I am going to back stitch. Just be careful when you're back stitching. All right. Clean up the threads. All right. See, like, there's what you're going to stitch. Again, this is wrong side up. There's the right side there. So you're going to have them right. Your tab's going to be right side together with your piece. Wrong side up. You're going to stitch from here to here at the seam allowance. Just making a nice little stitch there. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take this piece of the tab and you're going to feed the free edge back through the hole. I have you do I gotta hold on to the piece to do that. So give me a quick second. I'm going to feed it through the hole. Just trying to get a hold of it. All right, so I've pulled it through the hole a little bit. Now the front side, you'll see just the least little bit left of the tab, and it'll be the, you know, the amount that your stitching is. Like that. And you just kind of want to pull it through. Don't pull it so tight where it's yanking your stitches. You just want to pull it nice and taut where it lays nice and flat. And so you'll see like a little bit there. And then that's that portion is done for right now. So you've got that little bit. And this is what the back should look like. Like that. So you've got your, you can see the stitching. This is the piece we stitched on. This is the part here. And then this is the free part that we just pulled through. All right, so we're going to do the exact same thing on the other side. My slit's already there. So I'm taking my, again, like I said, I'll review this again since it was a little confusing for some. All right, so we're going to take our piece. We're going to put it through the slit. Right sides together to your piece. I might have to cut this slit just a little bit wider because I think I just barely, yeah, I did. All right, so let's cut this a little bit wider. I'm going to measure it this way because that's how I did the other side. There we go. I just measured it to the piece. That way we're not going too far away from it. All right, so again, right sides together. Insert your piece into the slot. Make sure it's nice and flat. Check your seam that you've got on the back, that it's not too much, and it is too much, so I'm going to pull it through some. I'm going to get my little ruler out to make sure we're not too, yeah, I don't want it to get it too narrow, but I also don't want it to be too big either. We want it to be just right. All right, so that's like that. So you've got your wrong side up, right sides together with your exterior vinyl. You got your little bit sticking out in the back, and then again you're going to stitch on the piece on your tab the seam allowance from this raw edge here where you cut your slit onto your little tab. So we're going to go with that. I'm going to grab hold of the threads, making sure. Again, I am going to do a little bit of a little back stitch at the beginning and the end, so it doesn't pull loose, and you're only stitching on the tab itself. Cut one more little stitch here, and that keeps me, there we go. Okay. All right, so there you go again. It's wrong side up, right sides together, and then once you stitch it on, you're going to take this tab, feed it right back through, pulling it through the best you can. There we go. Just be careful, you don't want to tear your vinyl. There we go, I got it. And then just pulling it to where it's just taut, but not yanking where your stitches are pulling through the back. There you go. So both of them, so that's what the back looks like after both of the little connectors, one, are done. And that's what the front looks like that. Okay, now we're going to grab our connector pieces number 2. Let me get my pattern back here. And then we are going to mark the centers of these pieces. There it is. Sorry, I was looking for my pen. So I'm going to mark the centers of these both pieces. They're on my panel. Okay, I'm going to throw some double-sided tape on the center. And then I'm going to fold to the center. And I'm just like you do a strap or a connector. You're going to fold this to the center, meeting the long edges to that, like that. And there's where you met. So I'm going to do that to the other side, or the other piece. I can get a hold. There we go. All right, there we go. So I've got the connector 2 pieces ready. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my panel back. And then I am going to place buckle. Okay, I don't want the buckle bar yet because we're sorry, I apologize for that. I had it in the wrong direction. You want the piece right sides together. I think I said right sides together, but I had it in wrong. So I'm going to redo it so that way you can see. I apologize. I know it adds to the time, but I want to make sure it looks good, correct. So we're going to put this back through. There we go. I got it a little quicker that time. Okay. Just like I said, you just got to be careful so you don't tear your vinyl. I think a lot of people were nervous about cutting slits in their bags and so on and so forth, which I get. But as long as you're careful, you should be fine. That's too far in. I know that. That's too far in here. I'm just pulling it out some to make sure I'm at the right stitch. There we go. All right. Now, let's try this again. With your piece folded going towards the center of the bag like this. So you want to grab the bottom here and just kind of shift everything out towards the back like that. You're going to take and you're going to stitch onto the piece just like you did with this piece. Onto the piece at the seam allowance that she tells you from the edge of the piece. Let me get my threads here. I need to really cut my threads leave my threads a little longer when I cut my threads. There we go. All right, so I'm going to slip it back into my sheen, making sure this is out and then this is out. Like that, and then I'm going to stitch at the seam allowance that she gives us. Get my threads here. And I'm going to back stitch again. And I will show you again. I know this adds, again, I know it adds to the video, but I want to make sure you understand, especially since I started to give you incorrect at the beginning here. All right, so there's that, like that. And then what you're going to do is you are going to place a rivet. She gives you a measurement from the end, and then she has you place a rivet. Go ahead and punch a rivet hole, and you're only punching it through the tab. Do not go through bag exterior of your bag, only through the rivet, only through the this piece here. So let me go ahead and make a mark that she gives you. Okay. Is that right? Let me think. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just making sure I got the right one. Let me grab my hole punch. Let me go ahead and punch that. Okay. So I've got my punched hole. Again, it's only through the piece here. Okay. Let me go ahead and stitch on the other one. And then we'll just kind of do a quick, I'll just talk it through as I go. I'm taking my piece. I'm going to put it through, right sides together, wrong side up, through the same slot that connector 1 is in. Taking it easy and pulling it through. Measuring and making sure it's at the amount of vinyl that needs to be pushed through. A little more out. Okay. And then I'm going to stitch on the tab through the vinyl, through the bag front. I'm going to turn this around at the amount of stitch length that she gives me, making sure my tab is going towards the center of the bag, and the back pieces that are already there are facing out towards the edge of the bag. Okay. Clean up my threads. And then now I'm going to mark my spot for the rivet hole. That she gives you. Okay. So rivet holes achieved. Both of my connectors are on. Now, once you do that, you're going to go ahead and grab your buckle. Let's see, I need another silver buckle. Let's see, there's the silver. I have gotten quite a collection of buckles because some of the bags I've recently made have had buckles. All right, so I'm going to take the buckle, slip the buckle on, let's see, let me make sure, because these buckles are the same for front and back, so it doesn't matter how I place, it's just a matter of, let's see. All right, so let's put this through, because ultimately you want your stem of your buckle. Oh, I got to hold back a little bit. The stem of your buckle, I think it's supposed to go backwards. I don't know if I put my buckles on right here. Here's my picture. I got to find my picture. I always have to look at my picture, and there's nothing wrong with going back, even though I've made it already. I always like to go back to my picture to make sure I do it right, because you know, sometimes you forget. So making sure the stem of your buckle goes to the side of the bag. That's how you want the position of your buckle to go. So I'm going to put this in through here. And I've got it already in backwards. I can see because of the way the buckle's going to lay. So I'm going to take this off, flip it around. Now put the buckle through. And I'll show you here just a second. So when you put the stem through, you want it to make sure it lays out towards the side like that. Okay. Now you want to go ahead and let's see. Do you feed it back through? All right. So then I'm going to take, once I do that, I'm going to take this piece and go ahead and go back through the other side of my buckle. And then in the same slot, right in between where you did these pieces, you're going to feed your piece right back through. And it should come out right through the middle of all of your pieces that you stitched on and fed through. It's like connector 1 is more so it's protects your, because you have to make a slit to do your connector pieces, to do your buckle. So that helps protect that edge. So I'm just kind of feeding it through. It is, yes, it is a tight fit. But let me find, there we go. I just got to find where it's at. I'm going to have to grab a hold of the bag and bring it towards me a little bit. So I'm just working it through. And there's a possibility I will fast forward through some of this so you don't have to watch me struggle on some of it. All right. Woo, we got it. Yay. So you're going to pull this through until it's pulled tight, or your buckle. See how the buckle stem is rotating as I pull it through, and you've got it pulled through. Again, it's in between both, so it's, and this is a sticky vinyl, so it does pull it a little bit, so you just got to be careful. Just kind of got to work with it, and then lay it down like that. So you've got it through your buckles through like that. And then once you do that, you are going to put a rivet. Let's see. You're going to put a rivet on this side of towards the center of the bag, on this side. And what that does is that will hold your pieces, all your little leftovers inside the bag. That will help hold that down. So I'm going to go ahead and mark to put a rivet. And she gives you the measurements at which to do this on. And then I'm going to get my rivet hole punch. Let's see. Can I do this with this? I might have to get the manual one out. If I have to do the little hammer one, let me go get my Japanese hole punch real quick. Just one moment. Okay, I am back. I've got my buckles on and I've got my rivets settled on there. So you've got where the stems are going to the outside of the bag. And I got the other one installed. I went ahead and just did the other one off camera. Because I didn't feel that it needed to go so long. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and sew the exterior together before we do anything with this strap here. So we're going to go ahead and clip the exterior together. Make sure your buckle strap is inside of your bag. So line that up and then go ahead and clip around it. Make sure you line up where your bottom and your top pieces are sewn together. Make sure you match those up and clip those. And you're going to do like you did on the lining. You're going to sew the sides together first. Then you're going to do your bottom. I still got to put the purse feet on my bottom. I haven't done that yet. So I will do that off camera so you don't have to watch me do purse feet. But we're going to get this stitch together and then we'll add the bottom. But I got to still put my little purse feet on. Okay, one more clip. All right, so we're going to stitch the sides at the seam allowance that she gives you. And there we go. Okay, so the sides of my bag are sewn together. I'm going to clean up my threads real quick here. All right, so it's open just like the lining. You got it all sewn together. Now I'm going to install the purse feet on my base as well as apply my stabilizer. Just so you know, the stabilizer I'm using on my base is just a 3mm piece of foam that I got off of Amazon. I bought it for something and I didn't use it for what I bought it for, and I kind of like it for my bases, so it's nice and it's self-adhesive. And it's just cut to stay out of my seam allowances. But I'm going to put this on first and then install my purse feet. And then once I get all that completed, we'll go ahead and get the bag finished up. So I'll be back once I have my base ready to install on the bag. Okay, so now I've got my base ready. I got 5 purse feet on. And again, in her pattern piece, she gives you placement, so you don't have to measure and all that kind of fun stuff. So you've got a great placement already, a great template as far as that. I've got these cute little button feet. And these actually came from siaswagbags.com, the same place I get my thread. So she's got a little bit. But here's my foam. It's like I say, it's a 3mm foam. It's a real nice, makes a really good sturdy base. You just, of course, want to make sure it's out of your seam allowances because it is adhesive. It's adhesive. But I like it because it's really convenient. You can just pop it on and you're good to go. You don't have to worry about it. I already have my center points marked on here. Just make sure you mark your center points on your base before you add any interfacing, feet, anything like that, because once you do all that, it makes it harder to find it. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to attach the base to the base of the bag to the bag. Now, you're going to do it exactly like you did the lining. You're going to go and you're going to start at your center points. I like to start on the very ends when I'm doing a base like this. I'm going to try to back out a little bit, or me raise my camera a little bit, because I'm not sure how much you got in when I was doing the lining. So let's just raise it up some. There we go. All right. So you take your base. Everything's wrong side out. I'm going to open up my my bag. Open up your seams. So your seams are open like that. Open your seams so they're open. I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? So I'm going to get my bag and I'm going to take this center point of my oval round part. I'm going to put a couple clips there to hold it steady. I used to do just one clip, but started to do 2 because it holds it a little bit. It holds it a little bit better. You might want to snip just a tiny bit off of your seam like maybe just do like a little angle, only because this, because it's like at an oval and it's got a rounded shape, your seam allowance will kind of get in the way of the seam. And it's just, I mean, it's up to you. It just cleans it up a little bit. All right, so I'm going to put a couple clips here. Let me get some of these clips out of here. It's hard to pull all these out. Get my zipper pull back in there so I don't lose it. There we go. All right, so that's in. So I'm just going to go all the way around and do that. Clean these threads out of the way. All right. So I'm going to go and get this clipped on. I'll just do this in fast forward motion and clip all around it. And then once I get it clipped, I'll show you what it looks like clipped, just so you have that visual. There, so I got my each end like that. I've got it clipped there and I got it clipped there. So now I'm going to pull this back up and I'm going to work on my centers here on the long edges. On that side. Now I'm going to go to this side. I really like this base. It is, ooh. It's a real nice, I think it supports the bag well. This base does. This type of, I should say this type of base. I think it's very nice. All right, so I've got all four center points marked, and so just like the lining, I'm going to go along and work my base in. Go all the way around it. Like that. Go ahead and go to the other side. So I'm going to get it clipped up, and I'll be back when I get it all clipped up. There she is. She's all clipped up, ready to go. Now remember, we're going to sew this like this. It makes it a little easier to go around than going like this. The problem that I have, and you can if you want, the problem going like this is all going to get in the way of your machine. And when you're trying to go like this, it can be, you can lose your, as straight as even as you can get your, I don't want to call it your straightness because it's not a straight, but you can lose, it can slip, and then you'll end up with your pieces being quite uneven. So I did find that this going this way is easier to sew because you can push your bag in and, you know, push that part out, and it's a little easier. So that's the way we're going to sew it. So I'm going to go ahead and go all the way around it. We'll just put this in fast forward motion just like I did the clipping. And once I get the whole base sewn on, I will be right. We'll be back. All right, there we are. The base is on. Now I'm gonna show you here on the base. Just be careful. Now I did, and even though I did it in fast motion, you can probably see that it took me a few extra minutes to go around these edges. Part of the problem is it's hard for me to hold this down with my finger. With this finger here, the pressure hurts the finger. So I just had to go really slow. I grabbed my flathead screwdriver, and that helped me hold it as well. That was, and then just making sure my piece didn't slip. And if you can see, I think I've got maybe 1/8 of an inch there, which is great. This side, I think, yeah, it didn't slip a little bit until right there, which is fine. It's just that little blip. I mean, it's not even, I don't know, 1 inch slippage. So it actually really, really well. I'm really pleased on this base on how it came on. I really like it. Okay, so now once we get the base sewn on, we are going to trim down the seam allowance. And I'm going to use my pinking shears. And she does give you, let's see. I'm gonna see if she does, let's see. Yes, she does tell you how far down to trim the seam allowance. So I'm just going to trim that up here with my pinking shears. I kind of like using the pinking shears on this rounded bag. Like I said, I really like the shape of this bag. It is such a cute little bag. As far as crossbody, personally, I think it's a cute shoulder bag. I did add 1 inch to on the straps on this bag, and that's just so it can, in case someone has larger arms, it sits, you know, will sit comfortable on them. But other than that, I think this is a great shoulder bag rather than a crossbody. Now, if you choose to want a crossbody this bag, make it a crossbody, you can always add crossbody connectors. You can do like side connectors, or you could do, I think I seen someone do connectors on the inside where their piece was sewn together. When you did your drop down lining, it was sewn inside of your lining piece. They stitched connectors in here. So, I mean, there's different ways you can do it. It's however, you know, you want to do it. If you need a way, maybe if I think about it, I could probably come up with a good way to do connectors with this. I just have not sat down to think about adding connectors to make it a crossbody. But I'm sure if I sat and thought about it, I could do it. All right. Let me fix that. Get that down. My lining piece, tops of my lining where I folded them down already are coming up. All right. Since my pinking shears are out, I'm just going to use them. You don't need to do pinking shears on the sides. I just have them out, so I'm just going to use them. And they're pretty sharp, as you can tell. Pretty sharp. All right. Okay, get that. And let me get the other side real quick. And then we're going to turn this right side out. We'll get to see how beautiful this bag looks all together before we drop the lining in. Oh, we got to put our double-sided tape at the top. This is a little thicker, so I have to use 2 hands for this. There we go. There we go. Okie dokes. We got it. We got it. All right, I'm going to get my double-sided tape added. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, just like we did the lining. I got all right, I'm all folded down on my edges. I do this is my own thing. I'm going to put a row of double-sided tape just below my stitch line. What this does for me is it helps the bag adhere to the lining when I do a drop-in, and that helps alleviate the need to have 5,000 clips on your bag when you're trying to top stitch. Since I need to top stitch on my flatbed, it all these clips end up coming off, and it just becomes a huge mess. So I will do that little extra double-sided tape. That's just my something that I do to my bags. And I don't take this adhesive off until this is dropped inside the lining, or until the lining is dropped in the bag. Okay, so let's turn the bag right side out. And then once we turn the bag right side out, we'll go ahead and finish out that buckle real quick. Let's see. Actually, we'll do that last, the buckle part, finishing out that buckle. So let's grab a hold of this and give it turn right side out, and let's see how beautiful this bag is going to turn out. Let's see, let's get it all straightened out. Now, if you've got wrinkles in your bag, which there's a few wrinkles here from the turning, I can always just use the blow dryer on it, and that'll heat it up some to help clean up that. Look at that. That is a nice bag. And look, see how well it sits because of that base. Such a nice base. It sits so well. I mean, I love it. All right, let me grab some. I have some little pieces of smaller foam, and I'm going to use those pieces to cover up my buckles. I think that'll help clean it. I just want to do that. So let me do that real quick. It'll hide those little pieces that's inside your lining. Not hide them, because they will be hidden behind the lining. It'll just help flatten it out, I think. These are just scrap pieces of that foam. I've been using this foam for, I've been doing some little pouches called tulip tote. There's like a tulip tote and a tulip trio of pouches, like 3 different sizes. I've been doing some of those for my craft shows, and I've been using this foam, the 1mm foam, for the base, and it's just a great little thing to do for a base. Okay, there we go. Oh, it looks nice and clean. See that? Looks nice and clean on the inside. You don't see the pieces of the backing, so I really like that. I like that it's nice and clean on the inside. There's nothing exposed. Very nice, very nice. Okay, let's grab our lining. Make sure you've got it in the right position, meaning, well, it depending on how you want it. Again, I like the zipper pocket in the back, so I'm going to position this with my zipper pocket in the back. Put that down inside like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove that backing on that tape that I stuck on the on my inside of my bag. Now, I do use some clips. It's not like I don't use any clips. It's just, it helps me. Don't have to use that many clips. All right, I'm going to match up my centers. Again, start matching up with my centers. I'll throw some clips because that just holds it in place while I'm working with it. But I'm also going ahead and trying to stick it as well to the tape that's on there. So there's my centers. Matching those up. Let me go ahead and hold those into place. And then your sides where most of the bulk is, match those up. Just be careful with those bulkness. If you've got like some flat ridge, no ridge pliers, or if you have pliers, you can cover up the ridges with something, fabric, vinyl, a scrap piece of vinyl. To help squeeze that. That can help dissipate some of that thickness. All right, so now I'm just going to go around and get everything pushed into place like that. That's nice. It's such a cute, and it's a cute shape. One of the things that I hear the most at my craft shows, I'm going to tell you this. The biggest thing I hear at my craft shows. I'm going to move the camera while I'm talking so you can see. I don't like big bags. I put so much stuff in them. I start carrying them around. And the next thing you know, it's crammed full of stuff that I don't need, don't want, or don't use. I love making huge bags. I mean, there's a lot of bags that I like to make that are large bags. But people aren't wanting large bags. But this bag, it is, like I say, it's a medium-sized bag. And I think it's a great bag. Oh, that lining fits nicely in there too. I can't help but look at that. Oh, that fits good. I'll show you when I get it all stitched together how nice that lining fits. But yeah, it's a big thing that I hear that people don't want the linings, large bags. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stitch this. I'm thinking real quick. I wish I could sew it like this. I think, no, I can't because it's going to be too much to try to sew it like that. I'm going to have to hope. My bobbin thread, normally I can sew with my bobbin thread to be the top on the exterior, but my bobbin thread lately has been a little how do I say, it's not pulling tight. So let me adjust the tension on my bobbin thread because I have to sew it that way, and then once that is adjusted, then I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be just a moment. Okay, I'm back. I checked my bobbin as well as adjusted the tension a little bit, and then I ran a test strip to make sure my tension was okay on the back, or that my tension was fine, okay on my bobbin, because again, that's what's going to be showing on the top. It's just, I mean, I could turn the bag inside out and sew it inside out and then turn it back, but it's a lot to do it that way. So, I'm not going to do it. I can't turn it right side, keep turning it inside out. All right. So I'm going to start kind of sort of off to the side on a spot that is not as conspicuous. It is actually the strap handles. You got to be careful. You'll have to kind of put them out of the way when you do this. If you have a cylinder arm, it would be awesome to do this on a cylinder arm and you don't have to worry about your straps. What worries me when you do this on the straps pull away from your bag. So you just got to be very careful. And it's wanting to. So you just kind of got to work it in there. Make sure your zipper panel is out of the way. Grab your threads and make sure your threads don't get bunched up in there. Okay. All right, let me just clean up my threads a little bit. My lighter. There's only one spot I'm not thrilled about. It's in the back of the bag, and you don't see it unless you turn the bag around and look at it. But other than that, I think it looks really nice. There you go. So far, I mean, look at that. With the stitching done and everything. You just got to be careful of your handles because they get in your way and it can shift your stitching. But you got that curve there. But anyway, so there you go. So now we just got to finish it up. Put our buckles on. So, let's see. All right, so she gives you what you're going to do on your buckle straps here. That's still free. She gives you a measurement. I'm just going to look for where's my short ruler? There it is. So she gives you a measurement for the buckle strap to go down. So you're going to go down that number that she gives you, and you're going to mark the center of your buckle strap. Here's my center. Mark that, and we're going to punch a hole right there. And then once you got your hole punched in there, I think you can see it. Let me see if I put my hand behind it. That's hard to show. But you got a hole there. And then you're going to take it and then just go ahead and feed it through your buckle, just like you put a buckle. Feed a buckle. So pull it tight. It will hug your bag, but that gives it some of that shape to your bag. So give it a nice tug and put your stem in that hole there. And then feed it through the other side. Oh yeah, like that. That's nice. And there you go. So there's your buckle. Whoop. But there's your buckle. You can see, there you go, your buckle there. So I'm going to do that on the other side. Now you can do your zipper end two different ways. She does give you a measurement if you want to cut a little strip of vinyl to finish off your zipper of the bag, the main zipper part of the bag. I am going to use, and I think I mentioned that in the beginning of the video, I am going to use a metal and zipper end, and I'll show you that here in just a second. All right, buckles achieved. I like it. All right, let me get my zipper put back on. I got to remember that I need 2 teeth ahead on the right side to make it end correctly. Boom, like that. And then, there we go. That should work. Good, good, good. It's all right. Get zipper pull on. Let me make sure it looks good. Oh, yeah, it does look good. So there's that. Now, my zipper, oh, let me raise the camera now since we are on, we're done sewing. So I'm going to raise the camera. Sorry for all the shaking. There you go. Okay, so got my buckles on. See now my zipper is quite long. So what I'm going to do is figure out where I want my zipper to rest. This is how I do my zippers. I like to have my zippers rest just outside. So when I unzip my bag, I want to be able to get in it. I don't want my zipper stopping like right inside the bag and then not being able to get full into the bag. It's just how I like to do my zippers. So I'm going to go just so out, and then I got to make sure I have enough for the little zipper end. Let me grab that real quick. So these are about 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch long. So you need to make sure you have enough to account for that. So I think I'm going to cut my zipper right there. I have the right scissors. All right, I'm going to go ahead and re-singe into my zipper here. We'll go ahead and I'll show you how to install this. So in case you're, some people may not be familiar with these, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I normally don't. So you need 1 screw and 1 zipper end. If I can get this little baggie open, let me get my magnet out so I don't lose it, because these guys are so tiny you will lose them in a heartbeat. You get them on the floor, you find them a couple months later. Not honestly, even when I sweep and I think I looked everywhere for them, and I know I dropped them, they show up. It's quite weird. They just show up without even looking for them. Okay. I put glue on the end of my zipper when I install these little zipper tabs, because the people are going to pull on them. The people are going to yank on them. So I'm going to throw some glue on my end of my zipper. I just kind of do enough. You're going to take your zipper tape, do a little, fold the edges in like that. See how I did that? Fold them in towards the teeth. I'm going to throw some glue on the end of the zipper. I'm just going to clip it. Put a clip there to hold that there. And then I still, yes, I put glue down inside. I just hold the glue like this and just squirt some glue in there. I mean, some glue does ooze out of this when I put it on, but you don't typically see it unless you've got a really dark zipper. You just have to be careful of that. All right. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to start it on. Let me get my little clip off with these to keep that together. And I'm just going to slip this on like that and then just shove it until it stops. And then I will sometimes work the zipper tape to where it's kind of keeps it behind. I'll shove it in like that, and then I'll flip it over to make sure all of the zipper tape goes in. Sometimes I will grab my awl. There it is. I grab my awl like that, and I'll just kind of work the rest of the tape in like that. Just to make sure it's all in there. Plus it helps to, you know, that bulk helps to secure that zipper end. So we'll just squish it all in there just to make sure it looks nice. There we go. You just kind of work with it. That's how I do it. All right, let me look at it in the front. It still looks good. It doesn't look like it's pulled. All right, let me get my screwdriver. Okay. And then just screw it in. You could put glue on this. You don't, I've got enough glue in there. I think I'm good not having to put glue. But you can put glue on your threads of your screw to make sure it doesn't come undone. But I think with all the other glue in there, I think I'll be okay. Pretty sure I'll be okay. There we go. Just hold on to it. Make it nice and snug. Don't over torque it, or you will, of course, strip your threads. There you go. Got your zipper in like that. Isn't that pretty? That makes it really nice. All right. Let's do a full, yeah, that's nice. So you can get in there really nice opened up. All right. So let's do a full showing of this. Really pretty bag. All right. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh, let me get the camera up. I think that should be high enough. Let me bring it up a little higher. Sorry, for the close-up. There we go. That should do it. I just want to make sure I've got the camera positioned nicely so you can see this bag. Oh, get my bench out of the way. So there you go. This is the Evana. There we go. I think that's what she calls it. E-V-A-N-A, Evana bag by Hallel Patterns. It's a cute, like I said, it is a cute bag. Nice medium-sized bag. Go get your pattern now. And help support some of our international pattern designers. I love it. Look at that. Very, very nice. Let's look on the inside of it. I know I show it at the beginning, but there is, see, there's the zipper plaque. It's got a nice narrow top. It's not, you know, really wide. I like that narrow. And then I got a real pretty zipper pull. This zipper pull actually came from Sally Tomato. I really like it because it's got the little jewels at the tip of it. It's real pretty. Let's unzip it. and see what it looks like on the inside all together with my lilac lining. Yes, lilac. Boof, look at that. Woo. Gotta love purple. So there's my slip pocket with my more narrow pocket to put a couple pins in there. And there is my zipper pocket right there. And then you open it up. Boom, you got more purple. Lines are going that direction, but that's because of the way I cut the... And that's beautiful, beautiful bag. All right, guys, that's it. Go get your pattern. Also, if you are not a subscriber of my channel, I would greatly appreciate it. At the time of this video, I'm almost 1,000. It would be fantastic if I can get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year. That would be a huge accomplishment for me. I have been doing YouTube for 2 years now. And this year has been a fantastic year as far as my subscribers. And I would just love to be able to make it to 1,000. It would be a great achievement for me. So also give me a like. That will help this pattern get out to others. Me and Phoebe are trying to, and the others that did testing are trying to get this pattern out there. Hopefully people will be able to find my channel or my video. But if you like the video and do the thumbs up, then that will help this tutorial get out to others and be able to be found. Look at that. That's beautiful. So thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. And everybody, have a great day. Bye.